Some of these corners on this track really lend itself to inside outline. It's going to be great passing. You see Cohen Crawford come through, really setting up his vehicle. Awesome. Be able to move through a lot of these corners. Great race. Good morning. Welcome back to the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series, round number 5, presented by RedBull. We are still here at Oak Hill Raceway, just outside of Decatur, Texas. Man, we are going to have an awesome day today. Today we have all of the second motos for all of our races. We still have the side-by-side Youth World Championship going down. These kids are fighting for some amazing-looking trophies, and the first annual side-by-side world championship, man. It's going to be awesome to see all the kids. We got another day of chocolate cake, as you can see behind me. The dirt is primo. The track was super rough at the end of the day yesterday. All of these drivers getting their setups tuned in, ready to go. I'm Georgie Hamill. Just hang out with us for the rest of the day, and we're going to have some fantastic racing. Thank you guys very much for joining us this morning. As we get started with the younger youth races, we got some serious racing going to happen today. The Youth Outlaw races just getting underway. The Youth Outlaw class, we have Becker Chase, Maggie Flores, fan favorite, Jackson Mandel, Corbin Poppert, Avery Sides, and Code St. Peter. They were doing some serious battling yesterday. The track is nice and fresh for them this morning. Like I always say, man, Maggie Flores is the girl that I want to watch. She's always doing such a great job. Code St. Peter and Becker Chase kind of put on a clinic yesterday, man. Code St. Peter had a massive lead. I think we're actually going to be able to talk with Code St. Peter a little later today as these two young drivers battle it out through this, coming into the third turn on the second day of racing out here at the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series. We've got a beautiful morning. You can see those amazing shots by our drones. As we get under racing this morning, I just want to throw a big shout out to all of the guys in the Outlaw Productions TV crew, Josh Caperton for making all this stuff happen. John and Scott both manning the drones out there. Point of view drones, long shot drones, really, really cool stuff. Damien's out there on the track actually just braving the heat, man, doing all of the static camera work. So thank you very much to all of the Outlaw Productions TV crew that's helping out, doing a fantastic job bringing you shots like this of Code St. Peter ripping down the back straightaway. Thanks for hanging out yesterday, guys. We really appreciate that, too. I'm going to actually start my phone up in just a little bit here, look at some of the comments that you guys got going on YouTube and Facebook. Please, let us know what you guys think. Give us... let us know who your favorite drivers are. Give us some feedback on how we're doing, what we can do better. Yesterday was a fantastic day of racing. And the kids are already back at it going full tilt. Like Becker Chase here, man. Look at him go. Those 180 corners yesterday provided a lot of diversity, we'll call it, in the racing. It's always cool to see a new facility and a new track, I don't know what you want to call it, mature or come to fruition, because of the fact that you can see how the drivers are changing it. There was a lot of different line choices at the end of the day. We were able to take some time and cruise around the track after the day was done yesterday. Some massive, massive roughness going on. It was super cool to see because that provides a lot of opportunity for these racers to be able to change their setups, to learn from it. We saw some of the guys actually doing track walks after, just like we did, just to kind of get an idea of how they wanted to set up their cars for the day. Thanks to everybody that's joining us on Facebook. Really appreciate it. Lene, thinking about coming out for October to see my grandson race. Yeah, please do. It's a really good spectator facility too. Cruise around, check it out. Singleton Bunch, thank you very much for the compliment. We really appreciate it. We're trying to do our best on the live feed here, so we appreciate the compliment as well. So back to the racing. Man, Code St. Peter just puts on some serious clinics these days. Fantastic driver, fantastic family. We're looking forward to seeing if we can talk to him a little bit later today after he gets done racing. Let's give a shout out to some of these drivers here. So number 195, Becker Chase out of La Crescenta, California, 11 years old, sponsored by Chase Motorsports, 90 Power Sports, and Car One. Number 47Y, my favorite, Maggie Flores out of Houston, Texas, driving her Polaris, 9 years old, sponsored by Olympia Drywall Company and Mom and Dad. A great racing family. 25X, Jackson Mandel. Dude, he was killing it yesterday, too. Acton, California. A lot of people from California coming out to Texas, man. He's 10 years old, sponsored by Walker Evans, GVC, Simpson, DWT, GSP, and Rugged Radios. Number 5, Corbin Poppert. Man, he's learning the ways, too, man. Corbin's doing a fantastic job. He had smiles for days yesterday out of Gutai, California, 10 years old. Sponsored by Coastline Steel, Polaris Razor, Frank's Well Drilling, DS Customs, Car One,
and O'Neill. I think he forgot to put Mom and Dad on his sponsor list there too. Number 56, Avery Sides out of Sanger, Texas, 12 years old. Sponsored by ARD, Hess, and Mom and Dad. Number 63, Code St. Peter. What can we say about this kid? He's out of Whitney, Texas. Sponsored by 9 years old. Sponsored by Velocity Vehicles, 90 Power Sports, St. Peter Metalworks, and also thank you very much, Todd, for putting in the finish line medal, the overhang. That was awesome to see. Really, really cool piece. Industrial Vac Services, Car One Fabrication, and Raceline Wheels. So it looks like we had before, same running order. Code St. Peter, Becker Chase, Grayson Popper, and Maggie Flores. You know, when I watch these drivers drive around, the track is a little fresher this morning, but it looks like the drivers have quite a bit better understanding of the way that the track is, because they're going quite a bit faster than they were yesterday. I'd be interested to see some of the lap times and see how they're doing. As we see Grayson Popper there, Code St. Peter. Code St. Peter coming down, getting ready to come down the back straightaway. Really high speed, can wind these 170s out. Or actually Youth Outlaw. I think some of these guys might be driving 250s too. And then you come down into the tight section, 180 corners. I can't say it enough. These 180 corners offer such good passing opportunities. If you can set up 2 or 3 corners before coming down that back straightaway and really get a run on some of those drivers, you have a very, very good opportunity to pass in these 180 corners, especially the first 180 corner. During the end or towards the end of the day, it's going to get rougher. I can't see who that is. Is Grayson Popper or maybe Maggie Flores? Just ripping, coming down to the single jump before the biggest tabletop on the track. Oh, and he's definitely going for the tall line right there, trying to get as much air as he possibly can. Unless that was Maggie. She's out there trying to send it. Code St. Peter taking the hot route right there. Trying to make as straight a line as possible. Using the fluff, just like some of the big dogs did yesterday. Becker Chase going through the 180 sections here. Great to see these youngsters really learning how to have so much car control. These little vehicles are two-wheel drive. Power to weight ratio is pretty significant, to be honest. Some of these cars have upwards of 10 all the way up to maybe even 18 horsepower. So, and if they're the 250s, they have even more. So for the power to weight ratio that these kids have to control, it's pretty impressive the way that they drive, especially being the first moto out. Track's usually a little bit slipperier as they get it prepared. Speaking of, thank you very much to the guys over at Shock Therapy for bringing you this live feed so you can see what a fantastic job all of the track crew does to keep these drivers safe, to prepare the track for all these racers. A lot of good constructive criticism yesterday about the track, what we could do to improve it, and also how great it was already for all the racers. So really, really cool to see our off-road family paying it back, wanting to make everything better for all the racers. So thank you very much to everybody that is in attendance here. Tons and tons of race families all the way across the country, starting in California all the way over here to the East Coast as well. A lot of people from Louisiana, obviously Texas, Georgia, Oklahoma. Man, as you can see Code St. Peter getting a little loose there, man. He's pushing it still. Got a big lead, but he's not going to slow down. Code St. Peter's going to cross the finish line in just a couple seconds here. We're going to get everybody staged for race number 2, the Stock 170s, Youth 250, 5 to 8, and Youth 250, 9 to 12, limited stock, as Code St. Peter takes the win. Great job, Code St. Peter. And it looks like we're going to probably have Becker Chase coming through, then Jackson Mandel, and Maggie Flores. Awesome job to all these guys, too. Becker Chase rounding out the final 180s. He's going to come home with it. So these guys have the first annual side-by-side Youth World Championship today. Code St. Peter obviously taking home the victory. He's going to be the first person at the Texas Outlaw Series to come away with one of those trophies. I would strongly suggest going and finding him on social media. Maybe he'll even give us his social media handle. And you can check out those trophies that these fantastic kids get. Amazing, amazing trophies that these kids are going to take home. Very meaningful for such hard work that their family and these kids put in to get their cars around the track. So checkered flag for Becker Chase, bringing home second place in the Youth Outlaw class. There we go as we see Jackson Mandel, Landon Corbin Popper in the blue and white car, and Maggie Flores in the white and green car there. Still pretty close, man, at the end of the race. My mistake, man. I wish that we could have all of these drivers out here. So it looks like Jackson Mandel didn't make the cut, and unfortunately Avery Sides didn't make the cut either. I think they may be actually... Oh, Maggie Flores hangs it wide. I think they might be getting staged up for the second race here. So hopefully those guys will be able to come out here. Corbin Popper rounding the last turn there. Getting ready to come down to the finish line. And Maggie Flores is going to bring it home. Like we said yesterday, we all know who the fan favorites are, and this is one of the youngest fan favorites out here, Maggie Flores. Maggie Flores has actually been on the live feed with us as well. Such a sweet young lady. Bringing it home to the checkered flag. Now she gets to go claim fourth place and talk with her family about it. So great job, Maggie Flores. Now we have the second race of the day and the finals for the Youth Side-by-Side World Championship for Stock 170, Youth 250 5-8, Youth 250 9-12 limited stock. One of the greatest things that you can see out of this shot here on the live feed is the family supporting all of their kids. We are going to let the family stage up their kids, get everybody ready. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We will be right back.
We are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site.
All right, as we get going for race number 2, Stock 170s. Youth 250 5-8 limited stock and Youth 250 9-12 limited stock. We'll get some numbers on these drivers, and we'll give you a running order. There we go. We got our second group coming out. Race number 2 is underway. All these young drivers out on the track now, man. Look at all of the kids out on course. Some of these cars look pretty tricked out, man. Cool to see the different building styles they do, too. Becker Chase there in second. Let's see here. First, it looks like Jackson Mandel. So he did make the cut for this one. Maybe he decided not to race the first one because he wanted to save his car. Dirk Schultz out front in the stock 170 class. Looks like some of the other drivers may not have made the grid, but Dirk out there laying it down. We'll see if maybe the timing and scoring catches up. See if other drivers are out there as well. But as you guys can see on the left-hand side of the score ticker, Dirk Schultz is out there showing first place. Jackson Mandel as well. Becker Chase. Cash Martinez, Lane Schultz. And in the Youth 250 5-8 limited stock, Slade Dowden, picking up where he left off yesterday. He was fast. It kind of looked like the first moto. I spoke with his dad a little bit, and kind of looked like the first moto yesterday. He was a little slow to start, but man, whatever he has done just to come to life, Slade Dowden is out there showing Jamison Mandel and Code St. Peter how to get the business done today. Code St. Peter is no slouch. We obviously saw that, so looks like they might be actually battling right now, coming for the lead. Code St. Peter going to give Slade Dowden a run for his money here. Tucker Berza really doing a great job as well. In fourth, Maggie Flores fifth, Grayson Popper sixth, and Damian Nava ran out the top 7. Tucker actually has been showing a lot of speed, Tucker Berza, lately. Really getting used to it. Tucker's only raced 11 times, and he's already out there moving out through the field. It's really cool to see these kids gain the experience. But you got to remember that these kids are so young, anywhere from, let's just say, 7 years old, from Parker Luden all the way up to, actually, you know what? We got a younger, Harper Hess. He's only 6 years old, man. And Paxton Shamlin, actually. All the way up to, looks like 12 years old with Avery Sides. So these kids are still very young. Being able to wheel these cars around is pretty impressive. So we have race number 2 underway. I'm just going to go through the whole list, give a shout out to all these guys' sponsors, even if they didn't make the cut, just so they can get some love. Harper Hess, Hess Motorsports, Starwood Power Sports, Heston Hess, same sponsors, Hess Motorsports, Starwood Power Sports. Dirk Schultz from Temple, Texas, Titan Machine and Design. Mike and Donna Schultz, G3 Motorsports. Paxton Shamlin out of Burleson, Texas. Shamlin Racing, Seahorn Yamaha, Hess Motorsports, and ARD. In the Youth Limited 5-8, or excuse me, Youth 250 5-8 Limited Stock class, we got Tucker Berza, number 44 out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Louisiana Direct Auto, PPEI, and Double E Racing. Slade Dowden, looks like he's, still leading the way. Timing and scoring still shows him out front. So Slade Dowden out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, 9 years old. Maggie Flores out of Houston, Texas, 9 years old. Sponsored by Olympia Drywall Company and Mom and Dad. Number 200, Chloe Hawks, all the way from Ramona, California. Mom and Dad bringing out here. Brothers even racing today. 8 years old. Sponsored by Benchmark Performance, ECP, powder coating, limited access, and AIM data. 111. Oh man, look at this battle. Code St. Peter and Slade Dowden coming up on a little bit of slower traffic here, but able to navigate and get around. We saw actually a lot of this at Southwick in the professional motocross races yesterday as well. Man, look at that. These cars are so evenly matched. Slade Dowden coming right up on Code St. Peter, using the lap driver as a pick, coming up the inside. Neither driver is letting up. Look at that, man. What great battling. Holy smokes. Now we got 4 drivers. Code St. Peter, Slade Dowden, and Jamison Mandel all catching up. Holy smokes, these kids know how to do it. This is fantastic racing in the second moto of the day with your Youth 250 5-8 limited stock. Man, I even put all this action, I even forgot we left off with the sponsors here. That is insane racing. Great job, guys. Looks like we got Mandel there. Okay, let's get back to some of the sponsors here. We got number 111, Easton Helms out of Schulberg, Texas. 6 years old. Shimmering Water Pools Incorporated is who helps him out. Number 53, Parker Luden out of Comanche, Texas. 7 years old. Side of Ranch Racing. I love that name. Number 52, Jamison Mandel, who was just on camera there. Acton, California. Man, all the way from California. I love to see it, man. These guys traveling to do what they love. 7 years old. Number 5, Grayson Poppert out of Gutai, California. 8 years old. Sponsored by Coastline Steel. As you see a driver, unfortunately, it looks like something might be wrong with the car there. Super cool looking car, though. Coastline Steel, Polaris Razor, Frank's Well Drilling, DS Customs, Car One, and O'Neill. Safety crew helping out that driver there. Number 52, or excuse me, number 63, Code St. Peter. Need we say more about this guy? He's out there just showing people how it's done. Great job, Code. Whitney, Texas, 9 years old, Velocity Vehicles, 90 Power Sports, St. Peter Metalworks, Industrial Vac Services, Car One Fabrication, and Raceline Wheels. Number 86, Harper Willis out of Georgetown, Texas. Number 7, or excuse me, age 7, and UTV Race Shop is his sponsor. So we see Code St. Peter still coming around. It looks like, I'm not sure if they're on the final lap here, but he's going to bring home a win if he can come up to the checkered flag here without any issues. Great wide shot. Looks like they still have a couple more laps left. So U250 9-12 limited stock. Go through the order. Number 91, Miyakoto out of Kato. You guys are going to have to help me pronounce that one. Out of Burleson, Texas. 10 years old. Sponsored by Motul, SA Bell, Ignite, Cryptic, Maxis, ARD, and Demon. 25X, Jackson Mandel out of Acton, California. 10 years old. Walker Evans, GBC, Simpson, DWT, GSP, and Rugged Radios. Man, some of these kids have such amazing sponsors. It's great to see that. Looks like there's Grayson Popper there coming around the final turn as well. Number 20Y, Cash Martinez out of Pine Top, Arizona. Pine Top's a nice place too, so good place to actually grow up and drive. Lots of nice trail riding up there, so Cash Martinez probably able to ride straight from his house. 11 years old, GSP, Elkhorn Cabinets, Stellar Fabrication, and Maxis Tires. Hopefully today we can get David from Maxis Tires to come on and talk with us a little bit about tire choices and stuff today. So we'll see if we have the opportunity to ask him to get over here. Number 9, Lane Schultz out of Temple, Texas. 10 years old, Titan Machine and Design, Mike and Donna Schultz, and G3 Motorsports. Last 2 drivers, number 37, Damian Shamlin out of Burleson, Texas. 30, let's see here, Shamlin Racing. Seahorn, oh no, he's not in the right class. Sorry guys. Number 56, Avery Sides, Sanger, Texas, 12 years old, ARD, Hess, and Mom and Dad. All right, looks like, is that Jackson Mandel coming through? Crossing the finish line there, bringing it home. So it looks like we have our results. Dirk Schultz takes home the win. Jackson Mandel also takes home the win there. Becker Chase, Cash Martinez, and Lane Schultz. And the best guys coming through, Cote St. Peter, Slade Dowden coming home second. Great job, Slade, as well. Jameson Mandel, Tucker Berza bringing it home in fourth. Grayson Poppert, Maggie Flores, the fan favorite, and Damian Nava. Great job to all the kids, man. As we get ready for Outlaw Amateur race number 3. Race number 3 coming up. Let us know who your favorite driver is in the Outlaw Amateur class. We have a bunch of drivers in this class, so hopefully everybody is able to make the cut. A couple drivers are probably going to be bringing it home on their last lap here. So we'll take a quick commercial break, and we will be right back.
We are open and ready to keep you guys racing.
Is that okay when I do that?
We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
Race number 3, getting ready to take off for the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series, round number 5, presented by RedBull. We have the Outlaw Amateur class coming up. A lot of great drivers here. You can see that they have to start in 2 separate rows because there's so many drivers on course right now. It's going to be super cool to see how these guys have changed their setup, how they're going to navigate through the second motos today. We'll go through some of the drivers on the roster here. Number 45, Trent Allen out of Burleson, Texas. Number 23, Todd Anders out of Bourne, Texas. 111, Jace Chilson out of Magnolia, Texas. 798, Jordan Kalicha out of Netherlands, Texas. Number 197, Nick Collins out of Georgetown, Texas. Number 10, Chris Donald out of Pembroke Pines, Florida. Number 13, Eli Fowler out of Valley View, Texas. Number 8, John Gaskill out of Cleburne, Texas. Number 34, Cutter Kite out of Burleson, Texas. Number 41, Lee Knowles out of Houghton, Louisiana, I think it's pronounced. 509, Kyle Vos out of Conroe, Texas. 15, Garrett Waters out of Kelly, Texas. Garrett did very well yesterday. Number 69, Jacob Wessels out of San Antonio, Texas. Number 72, Bobby Whitney out of South Lake, Texas. Number 21, Eli Williams out of Louisville, Texas. These drivers getting staged up, getting ready to go. All right, these guys getting ready to take off here. Outlaw Amateur Class, race number 3. Be awesome to see what these guys have done. Man, look at the guys on the second row just hitting the gas early, trying to get a better start. Look at these guys. Look at how many people are going into the first turn. I want to welcome another racer into the booth that raced yesterday on this fine new track, helped design it a little bit. We got none other than Can-Am's Hunter Miller. What's up, dude?
What's going on, George? Happy to be here this morning.
So, how would it be? You only had, I think, 5 or 6 guys on your start. How would it be to have almost 15 dudes on the start right there?
You know, track conditions will come into play a lot here. Yesterday, when we took off with 5, track was freshly watered, and I think 5 was plenty out there. It was slick. It looks like it's coming around pretty good. They did a ton of work on the track last night. It is absolutely beautiful.
Dude, it looked so good this morning when we were cruising the track. I took a couple laps after your guys' moto yesterday. Track is getting pretty gnarly, but I don't know how you are, but the rougher the better for a guy like me.
Absolutely, especially on a shorter course like this. You know, when a lot of holes develop, that really opens up the lines, makes you have to get out there and get creative. The soil is quite a bit softer here than what we've been used to at Texplex. It's got a hard base, but
right.
You know, we're going back and forth all day on tires.
Oh man, as we see the first place guy unfortunately just slid and I don't know what you would call it, high-sided, got on the bike a little bit there. So Eli Fowler, I think that was. They're going to have to get the safety crew is going to have to get him righted. Great job to all of the other racers for going around. We're going to have a caution flag, get him righted, get him back out there if he doesn't have anything wrong with his car. But all these guys insanely pumped to get back out on the track, right?
Yeah.
Full wood right away.
Yeah, that's for sure. And, you know, a high side like that can easily happen on a track where, you know, you've got some slick spots and then you've got some hard pack where you've got some grip. So, you know, you may throw it into a corner and the thing's sliding, you feel like you're on ice, and all of a sudden you catch traction, and if you're not prepared for it, you'll end up just like that.
Exactly. So, number 81, that's Tewksbury's car, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe that's, is that John racing it?
I think so. Let's see here. Oh, he must be under a different number. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, John Gaskell.
There he is, yeah, out of Cleburne, Texas. Dude, he's a great driver, too.
Oh, he is. I don't think he's got a ton of experience driving, but, I mean, he's in, obviously, an awesome car.
Dude, look at that square up. He squared it up pretty good. So when you see a new track like this, because I was talking about this a little bit yesterday, but I'd like to get a driver's perspective that's driven the track, is it's completely different. You don't know what your normal car setup's going to be like. You don't know how the track is going to come to fruition. You really don't even know what tires to put on it, right? Like, so you have the Maxxis guys here. You ask them what kind of stuff to do. Are you going to use a knobby UTV tire? Are you going to use more of a short course tire? Are you going to change your sway bar? Like, how do you go into the weekend, and what kind of stuff can we give tips to the people that are watching and racing?
Oh, man. You know, 30 years of experience has kind of taught me I can kind of take a look at the track and make some adjustments based on what I see. But like you said, you really don't know how the track's going to come around. I mean, the top of the surface is very soft and loamy, but, you know, you don't really know how hard it's going to get until you get some traffic out there. It was packing out pretty good yesterday. I mean, the setup is not that much different than what we've been running out at Texplex. I ran a knobby tire yesterday. I ran the Maxxis Liberty. Cody and Ben, I believe, all ran the SC1s. And at the beginning of the race, I think,
which is more of like a flat track tire, a little smoother.
Yeah. More like a dirt track tire.
Right, compared to a UTV tire that's more knobby oriented.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, it's got very shallow tread depth versus what I was running had some bigger lugs. I think at the beginning of the race, my tires were working a little bit better. Towards the end, I think the SC1s were coming in.
Yeah, so it does play into effect, right? Like, we used to see a lot of guys in the Lucas Oil Short Course Series, like in Pro 4s and Pro 2s, they would set their cars up literally for the beginning of the race. Yep. Some guys would set it up for the end of the race because that's where their comfort zone was. So this track is offering that same type of option for you guys, huh?
Absolutely, and I don't race on those type of conditions that often, and we're planning to go up to Fall Crandon this year, so it's actually really good practice for starting out on a soaking wet track and seeing how it changes.
It's funny that you say that too, because I was looking at how you guys were driving in some of the areas, as these drivers are as well, but those setups that they have coming in the corners. And John is actually going to come into one of the straightaways that I was talking about in just a minute here. You go over this coming up tabletop, you hang a right, and then you go down a semi-long straightaway where you can probably get at least 3/4 throttle, maybe 45, 50 miles an hour. But then there's a big 180 turn.
Yep.
And that reminded me of that really hairpin corner at Crandon, because you guys are almost backing it into that corner right here, actually.
Yep, that's exactly right. And you are hauling down there. Yesterday, coming down that straightaway, it was like an ice skating rink. And I think that's where the knobby tires were really giving me a big advantage coming down there. And the corner was super slick. I would just throw it in there until I got to the cushion where I got some grip and take off again.
And it actually looked like the cushion could have been utilized a little bit more too.
Absolutely, yeah. I was trying to run it as much as possible. No matter how wet the cushion is, you've always, at least your tire is digging into it a little bit, and you've got some control.
So we had a comment come in that kind of talks to the same lines that we're talking about now. Jerry Jones said, looking at yesterday's lap times, it's interesting that the pro stock cars are turning close to the same lap times, sometimes even slightly faster than the pro turbo cars. Do you think that has anything to do with some of the really tight sections here?
Absolutely. I mean, there's not a ton of space for the turbo cars to get really wound up. I mean, obviously track conditions come into play with lap times quite a lot. They're doing a really good job of keeping this place watered, keeping all the dust away. But like I said, right before our moto, they soaked the whole thing, so it's a little hard to compare. But I do believe that on this type of track, the NA cars can definitely run with the turbos.
Yeah, and that's good to hear, though, too, is because it gives an opportunity for everybody to, gain confidence for sure,
Absolutely.
Right? But it also, as I got one driver going off the track a little bit there, coming back on course, actually getting out in front of John Gaskell, the leader there. But it gives a good opportunity for people to understand that when a track is set up as good as this, the vehicles can be really capable no matter what you're driving.
Oh, absolutely. This is definitely a driver's track. Again, I keep going back to when it's wet, but that changes the lines completely. The main line that's getting a little hard pack, when you get water on top of that, that is not where you want to be. So you've got to go everywhere except in the main line. So.
I like that, because that's really good advice to give a lot of the people that are watching the live feed, or even some of the racers that are out here, because then they can understand how to set up their car or look for different opportunities to get around the track when they have those different track conditions. Because sometimes they'll water it before your race, sometimes they'll water it 3 motos before you, right? So it's going to just depend on how you have your car set up and how quickly you can adjust.
Yep, no, that's absolutely right. And what I really like about this track is everybody's still figuring it out and just kind of playing with setup and seeing what works, and everybody's finding that completely different setups are all within a tenth or so with a lap time. So that shows you that it's a lot more driver than car setup.
But that's so cool, though. I love that fact about side-by-side racing, because usually it's a lot car, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
One thing that I really wanted to thank you guys for, you and your brother for, is yesterday I kept talking about setting up to do passes in this 180 section right here, in the first 180 turn specifically. And you have to set that up even before you go down that long straightaway in the back, maybe 4 turns before, so you can get a run to be able to come down and be right on somebody's rear bumper exiting that last straightaway, coming into the 180 section. And you and your brother were able to prove that exact point yesterday, because you were able to get a run on him coming down that long back straightaway and then kind of knife down to the inside in that 180 turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that's side-by-side racing in general. The cars are so evenly matched most of the time, especially power-wise, that you really have to set up people to make passes on them, and that's not going to happen just in a single turn. You've really got to set them up several turns before, and you've got to be thinking about it and constantly planning it,
Yeah, it's a lot different than like motocross or four-wheel quad racing or something like that.
Absolutely. These cars are big. They take up a lot of space on the track, and they're some semi-delicate as well, so you don't want to just go bashing into each other, and tearing everybody's stuff up. So, really thinking about it and planning your moves ahead of time is what it takes.
Right Away One just commented in on YouTube. Thanks for joining us, buddy. He said, wish you could have made it out to watch. Well, I'm glad that you're watching the live feed, and hopefully you dig the coverage that the Outlaw Productions TV crew is doing. Pretty cool for you guys to have the opportunity, actually.
Oh, dude, how about this live coverage?
Dude, I think it's fantastic. These guys are doing a great job putting it all together.
That's an understatement. I mean, this is on par with anything you'll see as far as live coverage anywhere,
Yeah, I'm stoked on it for sure. So why don't we go through, I'm going to thank some of our sponsors real quick that help us bring us a live feed. Shock Therapy is the main supporter of the live feed, so thank you very much to those guys for coming on board and being the presenting sponsor of the live feed. Sponsor that's really close to you. Thank you to Can-Am for helping out with the Texas Outlaw Series.
Absolutely.
Another sponsor, Maxxis Tires as well, right? I want to get David in here and talk about tires.
Yeah, no, that's the beautiful thing about Maxxis.
Gaskell getting loose.
Oh, yeah, he is. Who's that running second? Oh, it's Jordan in second.
Is it?
Yeah, he's very new to racing, and I think he comes from a motocross background.
Jordan Kalicha?
Yep. I've been helping him with his car setup a little bit. He bought that 2022 Can-Am X3.
Oh, so he put some time on John Gaskell then, huh?
He has. He's moving, man.
Dude, he really is. He looks like he's driving smooth, too. Smoother is faster kind of deal?
Absolutely. This is, especially when it's wet, again, you can't push too hard, Anybody can go out there and put the pedal to the floor, but that's not how you go fast in a side-by-side.
Yeah, especially with a track like this, and being the track is new, in quotes, this morning, you really got to pick your lines and make sure you're doing it good. He's doing a lot of different lines than Gaskell is actually here as we watch him come around. Such great battling on the track. Why you got to interrupt our sponsor plugs, man? But I want to get David from Maxxis in here to give a little bit of understanding. We took some laps around the track yesterday. Man, it looked like it was rough last night.
Yeah, it was getting there for sure, especially towards the end of the day. But back to Maxxis, that's the great thing about them. I mean, it's one tire brand that has so many different options as far as treads and tire construction and everything.
Sizes, everything.
Sizes, I mean, they have it all. It's really one brand that carries everything. They're here supporting the series. If the Cero's going to work better on this day, you go over to the truck and get a set of those. It's going to be SC1.
100%.
Get a set of those.
And I'm assuming that Gaskell uses some Maxxis tires because he just threw up a roof that was like 10 feet high going into that 180 corner.
Yeah, that's just about the only brand that'll do that.
We should start naming some of these corners, actually, because that corner is so high speed, and you just throw it in there, man. It's pretty impressive that these drivers are doing that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is a great battle we've got going on here. These are both guys that are new to side-by-side racing. I know John's in a fully built race car. Matter of fact, it's identical to Cody and mine's S3 Power Sports chassis. Very, very well prepped. And Jordan's in a great car as well. It's a little more on the stock side. I think he bought that thing here recently and just been throwing some parts on it. But that really goes to show you that this is a true driver's track. Yeah,
it was okay. So let's talk about that a little bit there. So if you're watching the live feed or you get to watch it at a later date, please don't be scared about bringing out your side-by-side against some of these top-level drivers. Maybe they got a really expensive car, but it's clear that you can still, like Hunter said, use your driving skill out there and really put a hurting on some of these guys. It'll be cool to see that more people come out as well.
Absolutely. You can go fast in anything.
Yeah.
It's not the car that wins the race, that's for sure. As long as it's Can-Am anyway.
As this race comes to a conclusion, congratulations to John Gaskell and Jordan Kalicha. Todd Anders looks like he's going to come through in also a pretty stock car in third place. We want to thank the Lindemoods for helping out build this track, man. They've been a great sponsor for the series. S3 Power Sports, another sponsor of Hunter Miller's. Let's see here. Ultimax, Belts, Crown Construction, Max Performance, UTV Race Shop. Hunter, interrupt me anytime if you know any of these guys personally. Hess Motorsports.
I think I know all these guys personally.
Louisiana Auto Direct, the Birds of family over there. Progressive Power Sports. George at Double E Racing. You know George very well.
Great guy.
And he's out here at the races as well, supporting some of his drivers. He was supporting you guys. Did you hit him up for some suspension questions and stuff?
For sure. We didn't really know what we were going to do until we saw the track. We were prepared to, go into the shocks and do whatever, but ended up just being, I lowered my ride height just a little bit because we got a little more traction out here than we did at Texplex, and so wanted to get a little more stability out of the car, especially going to the bigger knobby tire. But other than that, just a couple of clicker and crossover adjustments, and I was ready to go.
Dude, that's so cool, man. And that means that you got your setup on point to be able to do that for all these different tracks. Thanks to Jason Hess and everybody over at Liqui-Moly as well, another one of your guys' partners, keeping your guys' cars lubricated. Let's see here. Renegade Race Fuels, PPEI. We wish Corey and Jacob were out here. Texera Tech and G3 Motorsports, MRT, and Graphics Guys. And, of course, thank you to Shock Therapy for bringing us this live feed. We have race number 4 coming up in just a second here. Race number 4 is going to be the Stock Expert class. Do you have any favorite classes that you like to watch, Hunter?
You know what? I really enjoy watching the stock classes.
Yeah.
These NA cars, everybody's pushing them for everything they've got out of them, and there's some really great racing, especially in the pro stock class. But especially these amateur classes, when you get, 15, 20 cars lined up across there, it's pretty exciting to watch.
So we had, I forgot who just commented in saying that the lap times were close in the stock class. I would like to see what the lap times are for some of the pro drivers compared to some of the amateur drivers in those same classes, because I think the track really lends itself to some really, really close racing as we see all the drivers getting lined up here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see here. So for the Stock Expert class, you want to go through this with me? Who do we got as our first driver?
Sure, we got Bella Burchard, somebody from out your way.
Yeah, out of California.
Cruz Burchard as well.
Let's see here. Number 16, Aaron Cuevas out of Gilmer, Texas. Number 53, Levi DeCayrell out of Montgomery, Texas.
We got Lake Edwards out of Monterey, Louisiana. Reese Harris out of Roy City, Texas. Right down the road from me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Nice.
About 10 minutes.
A lot of Texas guys, man. I've been loving seeing everybody. As we get ready to start off, Jaden Lindemood, Chase Mankin is lined up, Greg Rice, Landon Safford, and Luke Safford. Here we go. Look at how tight that is on the inside there. All those drivers rubbing wheels.
Man, how about that finish line arch that St. Peter Metalworks made from St. Peter?
Yeah, it's really, really good. As unfortunately, we had a Honda spin going through there. Way for the driver to keep it all on 4 wheels. Now all he's got to do is turn it around. That arch is bitching, though, to come through there. Cruz Bouchard with unfortunately not a great start. Looks like we got one of the Hondas out front. Chase Mankin in second. And the Safford boys following each other in third and fourth. Levi DeCayrell.
It's easy to pick out Levi's car.
Yeah, Bella Bouchard and then Cruz Bouchard. I love when people have those bright colors. I was actually talking crap on you and all the Can-Am Pro guys yesterday. I'm like, can't we have some different colors, boys?
I'm telling you, yeah, it's hard to pick people apart, especially when it's Cody and I side by side.
I feel like since you guys have had the number 1 plate for the last couple of years, maybe we could do a red number 1 so I could tell you guys apart a little bit easier.
Yeah, but who gets the red plate?
That's going to be between you guys, though, man. Got to turn it up, right?
Yeah. No, on one hand, I mean, I do love the yellow and black. It's great.
It's fantastic colors.
It makes it where it's pretty easy to pick out that it's a Can-Am, but at the same time, when everybody looks the same, it's a little bit close sometimes.
Great job to all these drivers coming through the first lap clean. Looks like now we have... We'll wait and give you guys an updated scoring list here on the ticker on the left-hand side. Looks like we had Chase Mankin, Safford boys, second and third.
Chase Mankin is impressive. He is, all these guys, everybody's running with him, but I was watching him a little bit yesterday, and I was pretty dang impressed how fast he was going.
Yeah, he's really, really methodical about the way he drives, too. You can see he's a young kid. Let's see here. I forgot how old Chase is. He's 13 years old, but drives like a seasoned professional, right? Because you can see the car control that he has, the ability that he has. And we were talking about that in the youth classes that are fighting for the side-by-side youth world championship today. We were talking about the skill set that those drivers will have in 4 or 5, 10 years, whatever it is. And it's showing right here with Chase.
Absolutely, and we come from an ATV motocross background. We've got some local kids out here that when Cody and I were just kind of wrapping up our pro careers on ATVs, they were just kind of coming into age, and Bryce and Cody Ford, it was cool watching them when they were little kids on 50s, and the stuff they were doing, it reminds me a lot of the youth that you see out here, the things that they do in their cars, and I can't wait to see when they're 17, 18 years old what they can do.
It's kind of crazy though, right? I mean, like, man, well, when we were little, we didn't have side-by-sides yet.
No.
They weren't invented yet, but like right now to see the opportunity that these kids have, I just think about it like in a true rudimentary standpoint. I mean, like, look at how good Chase Mankin and the Safford boys have of car control here. When they get their driver's license, they're already going to be better than 90% of the drivers on the street, right? Like,
and that's one of the cool things about side-by-sides. I mean, us coming from motocross, where do you go after that?
Yeah.
We went into side-by-sides, but we're older, and that's where we're going to wrap up our careers, because obviously we love side-by-side racing and
100%
support for it. But these young kids that are in side-by-sides, they can go anywhere they want. They can go into racing any kind of automobiles, and they're going to have the skill set to know what they're doing.
Actually, that's a fantastic point to bring up, because we've seen guys that have started in off-road that are doing NASCAR stuff now, like Haley Deegan, Sheldon Creed, all kinds of guys. So you're totally right that this form of racing offers itself to great driving skills.
Absolutely. But not only that, you can make a career racing UTVs at this point as well, and it's only going to get better over the years.
Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. And so I think the Safford boys made a couple changes yesterday. Their lap times look like they're getting a little stronger, and who's in second there? Landon Safford giving Chase Mankin a run for his money.
He's giving Chase all he wants right now, that's for sure.
So if you're sitting in third now, as Luke Safford is, are you thinking, all right, I'm going to let these guys battle it out and just kind of wait and hang?
Definitely not. I'm trying to get up there and put some more pressure on second place and see if he'll make a mistake. I mean, that's just going to make him push on Chase even harder and try to get by. You definitely don't want to follow.
Oh, look at that.
Yep. All right, here we go.
He is really pushing. So this is that corner we were talking about where these guys are almost backing it in here, really coming in hot into this 180 turn here. I still think this corner is going to be a corner that offers a lot of opportunity for passing that dudes aren't using it just yet.
Totally agree.
And you can see how close these drivers are. I think if I was going to give a debrief after this moto to Landon and Luke Safford, I would say to think a little bit more ahead in your race, to set up passes more, because in my opinion, it looks like they have the speed to win.
Yeah, I agree with that. He's kind of following a little bit. It looks like he's taking a lot of the same lines that Chase is taking. And
very fast lines, by the way.
Absolutely. Chase is taking the fast lines, but I'd like to see Luke moving around a little bit, or Landon, I'm sorry, moving around a little bit, seeing if he can explore the track a little bit and see if he can find a place where he can make a move on Chase.
So even going further than that, so like if you were Luke in third spot, would you be exploring around out there, or would you kind of stick to just the fastest line you could?
It's hard to say, because he needs to stick to the fastest line he can so he can get up there close to Landon, but at the same time, he's got to be doing the same thing. He needs to figure out what he's going to do when he actually gets up to him. He may get lucky and Landon and Chase get together and kind of tangle each other up, but he's got a little bit of a gap on fourth, enough where he doesn't have to worry about him coming inside of him in the corner anyway. So he can really afford to open his lines up a little bit and try to carry some more speed.
Yeah, totally. And mad credit to Lake Edwards. I saw him this morning riding around his pit bike. Fantastic dude as well. Bella Burchard, it looks like she's in 5th place. Cruz Burchard 6th. Levi DeKay Rail 7th. And Reese Harris rounding out the field. These guys are still battling wheel to wheel. It's so cool. And One of the things that I'm noticing, though, is they're not saving their vehicles at all. They're just going full tilt.
Yeah, they are. See, like right there, what I would have liked to see Landon do is move to the left side of that tabletop. And
open up the corner.
Yeah, he was carrying tons of speed behind Chase, and it looked like he had to check up just a little bit. As well, the right side of that lip was quite a bit steeper. So on the left side, you can carry a lot more speed. You can open that next corner up a little bit. You can cut down in the straightaway.
Let's give some credit back to their age, too, because these kids are young, man. So we just talked about Chase Mankin being 13 years old. We got the Safford boys, both 16 years old. These kids, I mean, if the Safford boys have their license, great for them. But, man, it's so insane, right?
You know, when you were a kid, you felt like you were grown up at 16. But,
Yeah.
now looking back, you're still just a kid.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
But it's cool to see these guys have such great car control, man. I love to see it. And we don't really understand what the track conditions are. I mean, like, these corners are actually pretty rough. Oh, as Landon gets up on 2.
Yeah, it's tough to tell through video. I mean, it looks like the blue groove's coming in, which is really good. That's what side-by-side racing really needs, is that blue groove going all the way across the track so you can go anywhere. But it does look pretty slick still.
All right, so now, just like we had spoke before, I don't know how many laps are left, but Luke Safford closing up the gap on the top 2.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it looks like...
So maybe he was exploring. Maybe he found some faster lines.
Yeah, it looks like he's hauling right now, that's for sure. So is this the last lap we got here?
How would you approach this last lap if you're one of the second or third place guys? Are you just going full tilt wherever you can?
Absolutely. You know, he really needs to get right up on Landon's bumper, and as soon as Landon gets into space or a hole to dive into, he needs to get in there.
Hey, well, they're both brothers. You deal with your brother pretty aggressive. What do you think these boys are going to do?
We were doing yesterday.
You think these boys will get it?
That's for sure.
That's-
Yeah, I hope so. I'd like to see an exciting finish here. Well, and as we say that, Landon's coming right back up on Chase.
God, they just yo-yoing back and forth. It's cool to see, though, man.
Yeah, this is great. You're asking earlier what class I thought was most exciting to watch. This may be it.
Hey, Josh, can we turn down the music a little bit, please? We got a couple people on the live feed saying that the music's a little too loud. Thank you very much. Thank you guys for chiming in on the live feed. We really appreciate it. So thanks, Chris Mayo, for the advice on turning down the music. We really appreciate you guys tuning in as we see some of this amazing racing in the stock expert class. We got Chase Mankin out front, Landon Safford in second. They've been battling the whole time, and now Luke Safford has joined the party, rounding out these last few turns here. Let's see here. Fourth place, we got Lake Edwards. Cruz Bouchard has moved past Bella Bouchard, his sister, and Reese Harris and Levi DeCario going to come home. This is the last lap. Man, what an intense battle. So all those kids are going to be sweating, not just because of the heat, but because so much pressure was applied to all of them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Looks like we got one more lap.
Oh, one more lap. Okay.
Yeah.
So still, there's some chances, man.
Man, let's give a shout out to the Outlaw crew for this track prep as well. I mean, it's not dusty, it's not muddy, it's just absolutely perfect.
Yeah, we call it chocolate cake, right?
Yeah.
It looks amazing, and you can tell by the racing that the drivers are loving the way that the track is shaped up today. I think it's going to get even better as the day goes on.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's actually a good thing I came in here to watch this live feed with you, because I'm rethinking my tire setup right now.
Yeah, really?
Absolutely. I mean, it looks, this morning, you know, the track looked like asphalt. I mean, it was absolutely...
Oh, look at that. Safford on the inside of Mankin. Got him. So this is exactly what you spoke about. Was the last lap or the lap before, Hunter?
Yep, absolutely. This is a great battle. Let's see if Chase trying to go back underneath him. No.
Does this not remind you of Pro 4s at Crandon?
Oh, like, that. You know what? That turn does exactly. The trees are in the same spot and everything.
It's so crazy. And so Landon Safford... Oh, Chase Mankin is going to give him all he can.
Close the door on him there.
These drivers really showing some serious maturity in their driving skills. It's very difficult for anybody watching the live feed. It's very difficult to drive this clean when you have so much adrenaline and so much on the line to be able to win on the last lap.
Oh, absolutely. If I'm not mistaken, it's really tough to tell, but it looks to me like Chase is running a Maxxis Bighorn 2.0, and I believe the Saffords are running a Cero
Oh my gosh, look at how close that is. And so that means that the setups are different, but they're still performing very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's.
Another
there we go.
Safford brother.
See if he can hold him off.
Look, whoa, pushed him over.
Oh, what a great battle.
Coming down to the
it's a drag
finish.
race.
So, yeah, it's a drag race to the finish now.
Wow, that was a great race.
I'm telling you, that's probably going to be one of the most exciting finishes that we're going to see today. So, good job, Landon Safran, for pulling off the victory. Maybe he was biding his time, just waiting for those last couple laps. Chase Mankin bringing it home second, Luke Safran in third.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if I'm correct on the tires, that Maxxis Bighorn 2.0 works really well in that deep loamy stuff.
Yeah.
Where the Cero is a little bit more of a hard pack tire. It's got some bigger lugs on it, but really it shines on the hard pack.
100%.
And maybe Chase's tires were working better at the beginning of the race, and at the end, Safran's came in.
Yeah, like if I was looking at the track right now trying to pick my tire choice for, let's just say, 2 motos later, I would probably go with the Maxxis Ceros.
Yeah, I agree. I'm running. Yesterday, I chose to run the Liberty. Part of that decision-making process was the start. The start obviously doesn't get near as much traffic on it as the rest of the course, and the start is very important out here. So I chose the knobby tire simply for that, and then it just happened to work in my favor that they watered right before. We'll see how it shapes up today, though.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I appreciate you coming in the booth, man. We know you got to get ready to go. We got the stock amateurs coming up. Thank you very much, Hunter.
Yeah, absolutely.
For coming in.
Thank you for
appreciate
having
it,
me.
dude.
And I really want to leave. I'm enjoying this air conditioning.
You're more than welcome to stay if you want. But when you do leave, we got to see if we can get David from Maxxis over here and talk about some tire stuff.
I'll go see if I can find him.
Yeah, so we got the stock amateurs. You want to help me read off the list who's coming up?
Absolutely. We got Kyle
Beto, I think.
Beto?
Yeah.
Out of Stephenville, Texas. Blake Helms out of Schulenburg, Texas. Hudson Hendricks out of Cedar Creek, Texas.
How far are those places away from here?
Man, I'd be lying if I told you.
Dude, because I feel like everything is pretty close here. We got Cade and Isabel out of Yuma, Arizona. Super cool to see guys from the West Coast coming out here. Camber Kirchmeyer out of Arlington, Texas. Ryan McKesson out of Alvarado, Texas. Let's see here. Justin Moore, number 1508 out of Stevensville, Texas. Landon Poppert, number 9 out of Gutai, California. Again, cool to see West Coast guys coming out here. Garrett Wheat out of Austin, Texas. Totally different ages coming out of this group, too. So you got a 16-year-old all the way up to, let's just say, 35-year-old. So super cool to see the diversity in the stock amateur class. Going to be interesting to see what these guys do because these guys have a lot of different vehicle and program setups.
Well, not only that, but I want to go back to the age thing you just mentioned for a second. I mean, that's one of the awesome things about side-by-side racing. When we finished with racing ATVs, we were definitely a little older, I guess.
Yeah.
But side-by-side racing, man, I know guys that are racing our class that are competitive well into their 50s, and that you can't do that in motocross.
Yeah, motocross, yeah, and especially in, I guess I don't want to downplay it, but it's not as physically demanding, right? Like, the conditions are actually pretty harsh out here, though. Yesterday, you guys were up probably towards, high, I don't know what you want to call it, high levels of temperature inside the car.
Absolutely.
And so you guys were pretty tired after you got out of the car yesterday. What do you do in those cases like today to prepare and make it so that you guys have less fatigue so you guys can keep your senses up as much as you can during the races?
Well, staying hydrated is obviously the most important thing, that's for sure. With the temperatures out here, and then you're wearing a 3-layer fire suit, and you've got this full helmet on.
Yep.
I mean, it's very hot in there. Yeah, I definitely don't want to downplay it. Racing UTVs is not easy. It's very taxing physically. It's just different. It's not that it's easier than motocross. It's just different. Mentally, physically, it's different muscles. It's different levels of concentration. It's just a different animal completely.
Well, for some of the people that are watching the live feed, it's kind of crazy to me to think about too. Is we both raced UTVs professionally for a long time, and it's physically taxing on the body too, even on your bones and the capabilities that you have with your head and the focus and all of those different things. So it's pretty cool to see that all of these drivers are facing the same thing in totally different ways of approaching it.
Yeah, no doubt. When you're on a bike or a quad, obviously you can compensate for the thing getting bucked around with your body. You can loosen up your legs and your hips and kind of let the bike float underneath you. in side-by-side racing, you're strapped in. You've got no control other than your right foot, your left foot, and your steering wheel.
and your shocks. They're your back support, right?
Yeah.
We had a couple comments come in. Thank you very much, Kim DeCarroll, for correcting me on the pronunciation of Levi DeCarroll's last name. So got to see your family the last couple days. Amazing family. So I'm glad that they're out here doing the thing that they love, racing. And Road Glide Sully commented in, can't wait to race in September. Sounds like he's going to come out. That's cool.
Nice.
But he would really like to hear from Maxis on the different tire selections. It sounds like he's getting prepared to come out and get his car dialed.
Absolutely. Yeah, let me go see if I can find Dave and send him over here, and y'all can have that discussion.
Okay, sounds good. You're more than welcome to come back and have that discussion with us, too. But, yeah, I appreciate you coming in, dude. That was awesome to see, get a racer's perspective that's already been on the track. So, all right, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we will be right back.
We are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
PCI Race Radio, the leader in
Fastest growing.
What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
PCI Race Radio is the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast.
All right, we are coming back for race number 5, the stock amateur at the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series, presented by RedBull. We are at round number 5 of the side-by-side Youth World Championship as well today. And one of the youth drivers that we just saw on the track, Jackson Mandel, out there just crushing it, has come by the production booth to say hello and watch some of this racing with us. What's up, Jackson?
What's up?
How are you?
Good, how are you?
We're doing fantastic. So we got some of this stock amateur racing coming up right here. It's going to be pretty cool to see these guys because these guys are really hungry, just like you were this morning, to get out there and get a race win.
Yep.
So how was the track this morning when you were racing?
It was really smooth. It was a little bumpy, but way better than yesterday.
Yeah, so that's cool. And how did your car handle compared to yesterday?
My car handled really good.
You were driving like a boss, man. You were doing so good.
Thank you.
All right, so we have Caden Isabella taking the whole shot, number 124. Let me know if you know any of these guys.
I know Caden Isabella.
You do? Okay. Blake Helms, number 111. Landon Poppert, number 9.
Landon Poppert. Yep.
Yeah. All good kids, right? Hudson Hendricks, number 74. Kyle Beto, number 762. Cameron Kirchmeyer, number 14. And Ryan McKesson, number 116. Are some of these guys your friends?
Yes. Caden Isabella and Landon Poppert.
Sweet, man. So you get to race racers with them or no?
No, I just hang out with them.
That's another thing I wanted to talk about is there's a lot of friends out here that hang out in the pits and help each other with their race cars, get everything prepared,
Yeah.
share line choices, share information about tire selection. You guys do that?
Yeah. We are with Car 1, and the cars have been helping us a lot lately.
Great people, right?
Yes.
So what was your favorite part of the track this morning?
I'm going to have to say the start, because the first turn into those two little rollers, that's my favorite part because I just hold it wide all the way through there.
Nice, dude. That's what I like to hear, man. Is your car going as fast as you possibly can through those little corners there?
Sometimes yes, sometimes not.
Oh, okay. So you think you got a little bit left in the tank, huh?
Yeah.
Nice. That's going to be pretty cool, man, to be able to see that. Thank you very much, Braxton Moore, for commenting in. Kyle Beto needs a huge shout-out, so here you go, Kyle. Thanks, dude, for his service. Yeah, so thank you very much, Kyle Beto, for everything that you do. Kyle Beto's running 5th right now, number 762. Taking the day or the time off to be able to come out here and race side-by-sides. We love seeing that, Kyle, so keep up the good work, man. Caden Isabella still leading the way here. Blake Helms 2nd. Hudson Hendricks 3rd. Kyle Beto, just what we were talking about. Moving up to 4th place here. Cameron Kirchmeyer. Round out the top 5, Landon Poppert and Ryan McKesson. So what would be the things... Oh, man, we got a good battle going on. Can you see all these guys?
Yeah.
What would you do if you were in that position?
I'd probably pretend, act like I'm gonna maybe go outside and let them fall out to the outside and then just dive right into the inside, probably.
Ooh, see? That's good. So now you're speaking our language, right? Hunter Miller and myself were just talking about doing some setup, like what they're doing here.
Yeah.
Setting up 2 or 3 corners before when you want to make a pass. So that's what you do?
Yep.
Is it pretty hard to do that? Because you got to think so far ahead?
Yeah. Normally it's pretty hard because when you're racing and then you have to also think.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in your brain, right?
Yep.
How old are you, dude?
10.
10 years old? And you
Yes.
already have that good of racing capabilities?
I guess.
You guess?
I've been racing for 5 years, so it took a while for me to get where I actually had to go fast.
Are you able to help your brother understand a little bit more too?
Yeah, he started getting into racing about a few years ago, and I've tried to help him, but sometimes he doesn't want to listen to me.
Well, he's only
sometimes
7,
he
dude,
does.
so it's a little
Yeah.
bit more difficult when he's
Yeah.
7. You're 10, right?
Yeah.
That's cool that he has an older brother to be able to look up to. Do you think he's going to be as fast as you one day?
Oh, yeah, he may be faster than me.
Dude, that's cool that you're giving him the opportunity to do that. I love to see it. Man, we got great racing here. Honda driver coming down the inside. It looks like, is that 2nd and 3rd there? No, that's the 3rd and 4th. So it looks like Kyle Beto giving Hudson Hendricks a run for his money. Man, that's super cool to see.
Looks like Caden Isabella has checked out.
He pretty much is, man. And you're hired, too. Coming in with those comments like that, you can come in and announce me any day, dude. So, if you're out there in this race, are you trying to be like Caden Isabella and be checked out, or are you trying to be one of the guys that's chasing?
Normally I'm actually better when I'm chasing, because when I'm angry, I'm driving crazy, so I kind of want to be one of the ones that would be chasing.
So you can keep it calm and know
Yeah.
where you're going to go, look at what the other guy's doing?
Yeah.
I like your style, dude. So we want to thank the guys over at Shock Therapy for bringing you this live feed, allowing us to have this live feed for you, bring in some of these fantastic guests. Hopefully we'll be able to get you guys a couple more people to talk to today as well. It's really cool to see all of the different age groups, platforms that people are racing, like their different side-by-sides, different tire selections. Everybody does this racing so much different. The standards are set at different levels on every single one of these teams, so it's super cool to see the diversity, and we love that it's growing so much. The new track has been really, really cool for all of these drivers. Obviously, you can see the big cars out there really going fast, but just like Jackson here, like 10 years old and out there racing the, I forgot what class you raced. I got it here. The Youth Outlaw class, and then you raced the, what other class did you race, Jackson?
The 9
to 12 limited stock, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Got it. So what is it like coming to a brand new track?
Well, when we're at Works Racing, because that's the series we do, it's not really as bad, because it's how it always is at Works, because you always go to a new track and like they always change them up, and it's pretty. This one was really fun.
Yeah, it seems like it's really fun. As we see two of the drivers battling it out here, I think that's Kyle Beto and Blake Helms, if I'm not mistaken. As Beto, I think it is now coming to the inside. We'll have to see as they cross the... But he got it, man. Such great racing. The track today has shaped up to give us so many different lines and so many different opportunities. Thanks, Ray Barnes, 717, for commenting in. Wishing everybody a good luck. Yeah, we want to wish everybody a good luck and a safe day as well. Caden Isabella still looks like he's out front. We're going to have to see... get a little wide angle here, and also get to see as the racers cross the finish line stripe, get a better understanding of. Jerry Jones, thank you very much for commenting in too. He said, looks like setups are coming around. NA Expert was faster than NA Pro was yesterday. Can't wait to get out there. Looks great. Yeah, Jerry, the track is coming around really, really well. I think a lot of these drivers are getting a better understanding for the way that their cars operate on this track. Just like Hunter Miller was talking, they have, a professional race team, and they're doing this for a living. And they do the same thing that all the amateur guys do as well. They understand how they can do better and get their cars going faster. And I think you're going to see a lot faster lap times today with the track coming through more, as well as all of the drivers getting better setups too. So, Jackson, were you able to get a better setup than you were yesterday?
Actually, we just put one gear, a gear in, and then we've left it this whole time.
Did you do any setup changes on your suspension or your tires or tire pressure or anything?
Well, for the first race, I ran Hoosiers, and it was like super slidey and stuff, so we put on our GBC tires.
Yep.
And it worked. It ran way better. It gripped more. And then last night we checked the clutching, because for the last race, my belt was smoked and I barely won
it's slipping,
that one.
huh?
Yeah, because I did the production race, and
Yeah, you do 2 races back to back, right?
Yeah, but this I'm not gonna do the production because we don't want to happen with what my car did yesterday. Because we ran production and my belt got smoked, and so I had a whole smoked belt for the second stock race.
Yeah, so it was slipping. As we see Caden Isabella, your buddy, coming around. Looks like he's still in first place. Blake Helms second. Let's see here. Camber Kirchmeier. Oh, that was Kirchmeier in the Honda that was coming through there in third, making passes. Kyle Beto still getting shouts outs in the 4th place position here. Hudson Hendricks 5th. Landon Poppert 6th. And Ryan McKesson number 7. It'll tell me here what your number is, but tell everybody what your number is so they can look for you, Jackson, when you're out there on track later today.
25.
25X is what it says here on the sheet. But so you're number 25, and what color car is yours? I think it's white and blue, wasn't it?
It was white, blue, gray. Yep.
Right on. So for the rest of the day, do you have any special plans on what you're going to do to make your car faster and so you can do better in the second motos?
I don't think.
Just going to leave it the same and drive as good as you can? I like that style because that means you're holding accountability for yourself. You're just putting it on yourself and going to go do your best job. That's good, man. Has this racing taught you a lot?
Yes.
What kind of stuff has it taught you?
Confidence, like patience.
How about hard work?
Hard work, yes. Having fun.
And you guys do it as a family, right?
Yes.
So you guys drive all the way across the country?
Yeah.
Man, that's cool. Have you seen some pretty cool places?
Yeah.
I can only imagine. I used to drive across the country with my family racing dirt bikes, so I can only imagine what you guys get to see coming to all these cool places like Oak Hill Raceway in Decatur, Texas.
Yep.
What's one of the favorite things that you've done this weekend so far?
It's gotta be getting out of the motorhome.
Getting out of the motorhome after you drove. And when you watch Caden Isabella coming around the track here, what do you think? You think like, man, I would love to be able to drive a RS1 one of these days, or what's the first thing that comes to mind?
It's wanting to drive an RS1, looking how much funner it looks.
It does look pretty fun, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Did your dad ever tell you what age you had to be before you get your own big car, like an RS1 or a 570?
Like 11, 12.
Dang,
like
starting them young, huh?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, man. Do you think you'll be able to see over the steering wheel?
Get some pillows.
Yeah, I like it, dude. Man, that's pretty cool. So these guys are getting the checkered flag now. Coming home with the win is Caden Isabella. Looks like he ended up having a pretty good lead over Blake Helms and Camber Kirchmeier. Kyle Beto is also going to bring home 4th place finish. Hudson Hendricks in 5th. Landon Poppert in 6th. And Ryan McKesson is going to bring home 7th place. So that's the stock amateur class. We're going to have pro stocks coming up in just a second here. Race number 6. So I really appreciate you coming in and hanging out with us, Jackson. That was cool. I'm glad that you are doing good today. And I'm glad that you're having fun, most of all.
Thanks for having me.
No problem, dude. You're hired anytime, like I said. So shake my hand, and we'll walk you out. All right, bud?
Okay.
Thank you. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
We're going to go to a quick commercial break as we wait for race number 6, Pro Stock. We'll be right back.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, dude.
Well, just have John on standby.
We are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
All right, this is Josh Caperton giving you some caster coverage, play-by-play coverage till George gets back. He's having to use the restroom really quick, just in case they start. I'm not good at this, FYI. So, all right, he is back. George, I'll let him take it away.
Which one? Thanks, Josh, for covering the mic. Appreciate it. We got, let's see here, Pro Stock coming up. Some fantastic drivers in this class. We have, let me see here. Number 33, Nick Burnham. Number 913, Chase Carr. Number 48, Colin Crawford. Number 95, Eddie Ensign. Number 93, Jacob Geisendorf, who I don't think is here. Number 22, Sean Hess. Number 75, Cross Kirchmeier. Number 13, Curtis Kirchmeier. Number 955, Brock Lawson, and number 17, Colin Truitt. Colin Truitt and Chase Carr had some pretty crazy lap times yesterday. It's going to be interesting to see how these guys do as we get ready to go. And we're off. Full gate of Pro Stock cars. Man, they're getting pinched off going through some of these corners. Chad Mayo, thank you very much for commenting in last moto. Yeah, I was able to figure out that was Camber Kirchmeier and the gold Honda. Oh, as the drivers all get bunched up in the first turn. It's another restart. As looks like maybe that's Chase Carr out front. No. Man, Colin Truitt just got the whole shot and got a nice gimme of a lead there by everybody getting bunched up. That's crazy, man. So we'll see how this ends up. So, like I said, Chris Mayo, thank you very much for letting me know that it was Camber. The Kirchmeier's got a lot of people. They got 3 people that we got to take care of. Awesome to see such a great racing family. Colin Truitt looks like he has assumed the lead. We're going to actually have to see who's second and third and behind there. Be interesting to see some of these guys' lap times as well. Pro Stock class is one of my favorite classes to watch. Great drone shots there. One of the Kirchmeyers. Only ran a half a roof, though, on that car. All right, so we got Colin Truitt out front in this pro stock class. We have Cross Kirchmeyer, second place. Nick Burnham, third. Chase Carr, fourth. Colin Crawford, fifth. Curtis Kirchmeyer, sixth. Sean Hess, seventh. And Eddie Ensign round out the pack. Track really coming to fruition here as well. Chase Carr and looks like Nick Burnham battling it out going into this. We're going to have to come up with a name for this turn. Chase Carr with the American flag. Thanks for supporting this great country we live in, Chase. Nick Burnham trying to open up the track a little bit, use some of the lines to his advantage to gain some time on Cross Kirchmeyer. Looks like Colin Crawford keeping him honest right behind Chase Carr. Colin Crawford has to drive a completely different driving style in his Yamaha with the manual transmission, the solid drivetrain. Really busy in the cockpit always in those vehicles, but super cool to see that he chooses that platform to race. Man, they're battling so hard. What great drone shots from the Outlaw Productions TV crew to get you guys in the battle. So awesome. Hey, Josh, can you fire up the mic? So we're watching race number 6, the Pro Stock class. This class has some very talented drivers. Awesome to see that they all have different selections of setup, tires.
I'm not hearing anything.
Hey, Josh, can you turn up the tire selection has been a crazy thing.
Yeah. Hey, I'm Dave. I'm here with Maxis.
Yeah, I was just going to introduce you, Dave. So tire selection has been a crazy thing for all of these guys. We actually had a comment come in from one of our listeners and audience members on the live feed, and they actually wanted to get some information on what tires to select when they come here later in the year. So we're at Oak Hill Raceway in Decatur, Texas, a much different race course than we had at the previous course at Texplex. And a lot of people have been talking about tires, so I wanted to get you, David, from Maxis Tires, come in and give us a little bit more insight.
You know, I really want to talk about tires right now, but I'm watching Colin Truitt out there racing, and these guys are really putting it to the ground. You got Chase Carr. You got a great group of guys out there racing in this Pro NA right now.
Yeah, so second through, it looks like fifth here are just bunched up with Cross Kirchmeyer, Nick Burnham, Chase Carr, and Colin Crawford. All going wheel to wheel, man. The track has really lent itself to great racing today.
It really did. You know, they had to water the track in really heavy on Thursday night and Friday because of the, basically it's a new track. It's never been raced on before. So it's a lot of fresh dirt, moved dirt, and some of it is the old standard dirt. So with the tractors coming in and tying in the grounds and turning it up, it's got to develop as a racetrack.
100%.
You and I drove around the track last night, and we looked at it, and we took photos of the blue groove that is everywhere on the backside of this track. But they made a decision last night, if I'm not mistaken, to turn the track.
Yeah.
And I think that was a good decision, to be honest.
It is. It's because what happens is if you get the track really wet, then you turn it, it gets that water really deep in it. And while you're noticing we're not getting nearly as much dust today as we had yesterday.
Yeah, totally. And so just to mention, Cross Kirchmeier, unfortunately, looks like he had an issue. So he has to acquiesce from second place. But we still have a great battle going on with Nick Burnham, Chase Carr, and Cohen Crawford for the second spot. Nose to tail coming down these this back straightaway here.
Yeah, Chase actually led the heat race all day yesterday until his car overheated.
Oh, wow.
And he gave up. He ended up in third position. He got beat by Kirchmeier and Truitt, who I believe won yesterday.
Kirchmeier actually doing a really good job up until the point where he had the vehicle failure. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know who it was. I think it was Kirchmeier, but one of the guys, maybe it was Nick Burnham that had the issue.
Oh, okay.
No, actually, it wasn't. As Chase Carr spins around. Man. And so we talk about the areas of the track that, as he just showed us right there, man, it's crazy to see the difference in setups and what they do, but he was able to hold the car from even, turtling over.
Yeah, I know that his cars, they're made by Car One. His father actually builds those cars in California.
Yep.
Their center of gravity is really low, so it's lower than a standard RS1, and that's why you saw that car spin instead of flip, where in a lot of cases those cars would have been on the roof.
Yep, exactly. And his choice of tires also helped with that, too.
Exactly. Actually, he's a GBC-sponsored rider.
Yep.
So he's with Greenball Corp. But yeah, tire selection out here is critical. And since it's a brand new track, it's never been raced, it's really an unknown.
Yeah.
So it's an experiment. And we saw that firsthand, nothing better than yesterday when there were 3 Can-Ams that went out in the pro class and they were in different tires.
Yeah.
And you saw when it was a little wet, the Liberty for our Maxxis tire, it ran great. But as soon as the track tacked up a little bit and dried out and got the blue groove, wasn't slick, then our SC1 tire hooked up and made up all the time and went into the lead.
So for anybody that may or may not know the difference between those tires, one is a little bit more aggressive, like standard UTV knobby tire, and the other one is more like a dirt track kind of tire, a little bit smoother, a little bit less rolling resistance.
Correct. There's a much bigger footprint on one. It's a wider, shorter tire.
Mm-hmm.
The SC1 is a 27-inch tall tire, and the Liberty they're running is a 29-inch tall tire.
Got it.
You'll find that literally every car out here is going to be running some on 26s, but the window is really a 27 to a 29, and some run 30s.
Right.
But that's a lot of weight and a lot of tire to spin, and for horsepower, and you can't even get to your top end on a 30-inch tire. So that's where they have to develop what size tire is right for the speeds of this track.
Yeah, exactly. And I saw a lot of drivers actually going in there and testing it out. We saw a bunch of people going in. First of all, thank you very much for your support of the Texas Outlaw Series presented by Can-Am and RedBull. And obviously you guys come out here and support the racers and drivers that come out, the teams. We saw a lot of people coming up to you guys and asking questions on what the setup was. And you're able to give them a little bit of advice, but after this weekend, it'll be a lot easier.
Yeah, we'll definitely have information to carry forward from this event, but it was an unknown for all of us, so I could make my best speculations, but I'm not a dirt whisperer yet. I'm working on it. And we collect data at these events, and we take our data and we move forward with it. Like we do, we figure out who's running what tires, what sizes, what brands, the whole 9 yards, and we take that and then we compile that data, and that's how we figure out in the upcoming events who's or what's the right tire selection.
Yeah, it's cool because you can actually take a lot of, as we get green flag back out of the caution, Colin Truitt out front. Let's see here, Cross Kirchmeier. I don't think Cross is actually out. Yeah, actually, I think he is. So Cross Kirchmeier in second, Nick Burnham third, Cohen Crawford moving up to fourth place. Chase Carr, fifth. Looks like he's giving Cohen Crawford a run for his money going into that third turn there. Man.
It is nice in these pro classes when they get to restack. They do that mandatory caution halfway through the event. So
now, everybody except for the leader.
Yeah, when you've pulled away, like Colin had a pretty comfortable lead, and right now he's got these guys breathing down his neck.
Yep.
So, but look, he's already stepped up.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got his car dialed in. He's a Hoosier racer. So we keep an eye on what they're doing and how their tires are putting down.
Absolutely. It's cool to see, though, too, that you guys are out here supporting everybody. If Colin had a question, you would still try to help him out because everybody out here is trying to do their best.
You know, the neat thing is I've known the Truetts for 10, 12 years, back when they used to race in GNCC. They're Carolina boys, so they're down in my neck of the woods in Georgia. And speaking of Georgia, I do have some of my corporate guys here this weekend.
Right on.
Let's maybe we'll get these guys on the mic for a minute, and they can talk about Maxxis and the racing that we're seeing this weekend.
Yeah, we should actually. So let's see here. Let's give us one more understanding of what the track started out and what it turned into yesterday, and how you were able to see people progress with their setups throughout the day.
As the track developed yesterday, especially when you and I went out and looked at it at the end of the day, at the end of racing, I was amazed at how much hard-packed blue groove there was around these turns.
Right.
I was also amazed at the blowout that they had in some of this unbelievable hard pack. And when you get in the bottom of some of these turns, like they just left the backside of the track, and they have these deep bowl turns.
Right.
There were, what would you say they were, a foot and a half
I would
deep?
say, yeah, you were between 12 and 16 inches of, for lack of a better term, a pothole, but a very large pothole that's off-centered and cambered out, right? And those potholes are really, really hard on UTV parts, spindles, hubs, all kinds of different stuff.
Well, you got to look at these things. They're somewhere in the ballpark of 1,700 pounds, and they're pushing, some of them 120 to 200 horsepower, depending on what class you're in. When you're pushing 1,700 pounds, 60 miles an hour into a turn, and you hit a foot and a half shelf, that's damaging to your vehicle.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
It can blow out tires, it can break rims, it can break spindles and axles and A-arms. I mean, there's so much that can go wrong.
That's why setup is so important.
Setup is important, but what another thing that you and I talked about yesterday, line choice. Line choice, you know, these guys are setting up their turns for passes 2 and 3 turns prior to where they're actually making their
Absolutely, yeah. And there's different parts of the track that will open up that will allow for a lot better racing if these drivers can see some of these lines. These guys won't have a second moto for the rest of the day, but it looks like a lot of these guys in the pro stock class have really adjusted their setup as well as their line choices to be able to make improvements from yesterday. Colin Truett still hanging out in first place, Cross Kirchmeyer in second. Chase Carr has come up to third. Colin Crawford, Nick Burnham, Colin Crawford, Curtis Kirchmeyer, Eddie Ensign, and Sean Hess rounding out the top 8. These guys are turning some really, really good lap times, man. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's really deceptive because what you're seeing on the screen right now is just a bunch of orange clay.
Yep.
But when you get out there and you go around it, it is blue groove. It is rubber just melted on top of hard packed dirt blue groove.
What does it look like when you see some of these drivers' tires after? Oh man, well let's talk about this battle. Look at this. So Chase Carr coming up on let's see here, Cross Kirchmeyer here.
Where's Truett? He's gone.
Truett is gone, but look at second through what is this?
Yeah, 2,
6?
3, 4, 5, and 6.
Oh no, Colin Crawford makes a little mistake. Oh, and Chase Carr also with the mistakes. Man.
Yeah, you know, we're sitting in here in the air-conditioned booth talking about these guys out there racing in 105-degree heat.
Yeah, exactly.
They've got, and they're having to make bicycling.
Yeah,
they're making some decisions in this heat out there. I know they're caught up in the battle, but man, it's brutal out there.
They are pushing these cars to the limit. So one thing that I do notice, first of all, these drivers are giving it their all, which is fantastic. But I do notice that some of the line choices, they're finally figuring it out. They're like, oh, I can go through. Oh, it looks like Chase Carr probably lost an axle. He did a little bit too much rubbing there. He was only having one wheel spinning. But they were moving around more. I like that.
Yeah, line choice is very important, and what's happening is once the inside line gets really blue grooved and hard, they lose a little traction if they're not on the right tire.
Oh, Colin Crawford driving it up the inside. Oh man, just pushing it. I wish that one of those guys had acquiesced and went to the outside because they could have drove around all those drivers, man.
Yeah, so slingshot around.
But we are the guys, like you said, David, that we're out here calling it from the sidelines, right?
Yeah,
so.
You know, it's a totally different ball game. We get the luxury of seeing what we think is happening.
Yeah, couch racing or whatever it's called, right?
Exactly
but dude, those insane battles make me so happy, put a smile on my face to see everybody giving it their all in this sport we love of side-by-side racing.
Yeah, it's great being out here. You know, this is fun for us because it's new. But look, they must have finished out.
Yeah, they just crossed the finish line. So
Okay.
awesome job! Congratulations, Colin Truitt, for coming home with the win. Cross Kirchmeyer holding everybody off at the end. Holy cow, man! Chase Carr. It doesn't. I don't think Chase Carr came home third, but we'll have to get an updated list for you guys. Colin Crawford just coming in really aggressive. All right, so we should get some of the guys on the feed for the Outlaw Expert class.
Okay, yeah. Hey, thanks for letting me come in.
Dave, thank you.
Throw around a little tire world.
Shop talk, race talk, tire talk, all of it, right?
Yeah. So let me figure out which one of these guys want to go next. Devin? All right, Devin is up. Devin's Devin Smith from Suwanee, Georgia.
Devin Smith from Suwanee, Georgia. All right.
Thanks, George.
Yeah, thanks, David.
Hey, what's going on, George? Pleasure
What's
to be
up,
on here
Devin?
with
How are you?
Good. How about you?
Good to meet you, bud. Man, when was the last time you came out to an off-road race?
Man, we haven't been able to travel a whole lot the last few years just because of COVID. So it's been a while. So
Yeah,
it's cool to
maybe
be
give
out
us.
here.
Yeah, it's cool to be out here getting your feet in the dirt, right? Maybe give us a little bit of an understanding of what position you do at Maxxis.
So I actually work in sales. So I work with all of the distributors and dealers. So we also get to work in development a little bit. So that's why it's cool to be out here and see what's actually happening on track. So that's what I think is cool about Maxxis is we're actually out here talking to the racers and seeing what's going on.
Well, I definitely love that about any company, and it's cool to see that they give you the opportunity to be able to come and get your feet in the dirt. You know what I mean? Because that gives you a better understanding of what you do when you do sales on Monday, whatever it's called. Like you go out there and you really see what the product is being utilized for at a grassroots level.
Yeah, exactly. So we're out here talking to, factory supported racers like the Miller brothers, and then, tomorrow we're going to be at dealerships talking to those guys at the parts counter about, what's happening out here racing. So
yeah, it doesn't work out any better than that because you can bring real world understanding of what the product is doing. And it'll be cool for the guys at the dealership too, because maybe some of them didn't get to come out to the races this weekend, and you can give them a little bit better understanding of what they're looking at in the future.
Yeah, exactly. You can look at all kind of stuff in a brochure and on paper, but there's nothing like being out here and being able to talk to the racers.
Josh, you want to use this one? So we have the Outlaw Expert class coming up here, Devin. We're going to have, let's see, it looks like about 6 drivers or so. Number 53, Levi DeCarroll from Montgomery, Texas. Man, he's only 12 years old. Can you believe it?
Yeah, no, I was watching him walk around the paddock, and man, he's a small kid, so it's cool to see him out there in a 1000. It's crazy.
Dude, yeah, and he's driving a Honda Talon. He's using Maxxis tires, which is cool. So you're going to definitely be rooting for him. Number 88, Austin Dinger out of Fort Worth, Texas. Number 26, Shane Lewis out of Jupiter, Florida, man, coming all the way from Florida. Sponsored by Motul, SA Belt, Ignite, Demon Power Sports, LDR Suspension. Number 24, David Navratsky. He was a fan favorite yesterday, man. Lots of comments coming in for Navratsky, so it was cool to see him. Number 444, Mickey Schroeder. Number 86, Donovan Willis. So we can't wait to see these guys. We're going to keep watering the track, talking with the Maxxis guys. Did you get a chance to go cruise the track yet?
I have not.
It would be cool to see after the end of the day, too, man, how it gets torn up. I always say the rougher the better.
Yeah, for sure. And I know this is a new track, so everybody's still trying to figure out, setup, tire setup, and all that.
Yeah, have you talked to any of the racers and seen how, I don't know what you want to call it, like if there was confusion with how they wanted to have set up, if they had certain questions that they ask you? I mean, do they come up and say, do I run this, or this, or do they come up with a blanket question saying, I just need to know what to do, man?
So I know the main issue here has been the uncertainty of when they're going to water the track, because I know we were actually talking to Levi DeCarroll's dad, and he was saying in an ideal scenario, if I had a crew, I'd be on the starting line with no tires on it.
Yep.
And then if they didn't water it, I'd run the SC1, and if they did water it, I'd run the Ceros. So that's the main issue, is the uncertainty of water, because in a dry situation they want to run the SE1. But right now they're watering the track, so the Ceros would be the way to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And even one of your professional drivers, Hunter Miller, I think he ran the Liberty yesterday too.
He ran
right?
the Liberty, and I think they watered the track right before their race. And Cody was on the SE1.
Right.
So as the track dried, the SE1 was getting better. Which the pro guys, they run 8 laps, right?
Yeah, so it's a little bit easier to understand when the track comes together, I guess, for your setup.
Yeah.
But one thing that I did notice too, and I don't know if you can speak on this as much, but the Liberty was a larger tire, a taller tire.
Yeah.
And when I was watching the difference between Hunter and Cody's, in my opinion, for me being out on track, I would like a tire that's a little bit taller like that, so I have more rolling speed and I don't have to be quite as aggressive on a rough track like that.
Yeah, I guess, because the Liberty, they're running the 29. So I guess the only downfall with that would be, obviously, it's bigger, so you're going to have a little more weight.
And tire flex to the side flex as well, right?
So, and the SE1 is wider, so you have a little more contact patch there. So,
but both of those tires are really progressive, and they're easy to understand and predictable.
Yeah, and that's what Dave was telling me. The reason that Hunter went with the Liberty is because that's kind of his go-to in a scenario when he's not really sure what to do.
Good overall setup.
Yeah, so that's why he's on the Liberty yesterday, is what Dave was saying.
Hey, so not talking about tires, what do you think of the overall races here today?
Man, it's awesome. It's cool to see how many people are out here, and how much just the sport has grown in the past few years.
Pretty badass, right?
So it's cool to see, sponsors like RedBull out here. So stuff like that's awesome to see.
Yeah, so that's one of the cool things. We haven't got any pictures or shots that we can show you through the live feed, but we do have awesome sponsors like RedBull coming out here with their cool trucks and live music and all that stuff. So really neat to see. Well, let's actually do that now too. Thank you to the guys at Shock Therapy for helping bring you this live feed. If you guys ever need any suspension work done, please give the guys over at Shock Therapy a call. They have ride improvement systems. They have awesome steering racks that they can give you. They have all kinds of different hard parts, so please hit them up for any of your side-by-side needs. Clearly, we want to thank Can-Am for bringing you this Texas Outlaw Series. Thank you to all the guys like Devin and David at Maxxis Tire for being a supporter of the series, helping out all of these drivers at the races. Appreciate the Linda Moods for moving all this dirt and helping you guys with the track, for all the racers. Thank you guys. Excuse me. Thank you to the S3 guys for being a part of the series as well. Ultimax Belts, Max Performance, UTV Race Shop, Crown Construction, Hess Motorsports, Louisiana Direct Auto, PCI Race Radios, Power Sports, Progressive Power Sports, E2R, Liqui Moly, Renegade Race Fuels, PPEI, again, Shock Therapy, Graphics Guys, MRT, G3, Motorsports, Blake and all his guys doing tech, doing all kinds of great stuff out here, helping all of the drivers, making sure everybody is safe, and Dinger Excavating for helping out as well, too. We really appreciate all those guys for being a part of the series. We couldn't do it without you guys, so thank you guys for helping. Man, what do you think the track is going to look like at the end of the day today? To me, I feel like it's going to be pretty rough, but it's going to really give us an understanding of how to set up cars for the next race.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to get beat up, especially, we're in Texas heat.
Yeah.
So it's drying up quick. And, it's definitely getting rough in that back section over there. I walked over there, and, you can just see how beat up it is back there.
It is pretty crazy, right? So we got the Outlaw Expert class here, getting ready to get off the line. Looks like Levi DeCarroll. Man, he's going to take that Honda Talon, normally aspirated car, against some of those Can-Am X3 turbos. It's going to be knockdown, drag-out battle going into that first turn.
Yeah, and I know he was having some issues yesterday just with his machine, so hopefully they got that sorted out for him.
Yeah, he's back from a little bit of time off. They had to get some repairs done to that car, but it's good to see them back out on the track. Looks like he's running a Ceros now, too.
Yes, he is.
So he had the tire change from Friday in practice. What a great facility out here at Oak Hill Raceway, just outside of Decatur, Texas. I keep saying it. I've said it since Friday. The dirt is like chocolate cake out here. I would love to be one of the racers racing this weekend, but I'm thankful for the opportunity to be able to call the races and give you guys a little bit of insight watching the live feed. Please, always jump on the live feed. Ask us questions. Let us know who your favorite drivers are. Give us some info on what you guys would do if you guys want to come out to the races. Oh, looks like we do have a lot of comments coming in. Let's see here. Let's go, Dave, number 24. Sorry, man, we missed that race. Let's see here. Yeah, favorite again for day 2. Dave Navratsky. Man, Dave's got a big fan base. Donnie Dinger. Shout out to Team 360 and Austin Dinger. Let's see here. Kathleen. Yep, another Dave fan. Everybody's really, really big fans of Dave. So, Caitlin Metella. Dave's going to come up in a little bit here, so all you guys are going to be stoked. Frank Payer, thank you very much for joining us. Cruise over to Facebook and see how you guys are doing. Oh, yeah, there we go. Number 1 again today. Hopefully, these guys have a great race and some serious battling like we did in the pro stock class. All of the racing today has really lent itself to some great viewership on the live feed today. Even all of us sitting here in the production booth have been amazed by some of the stuff that these guys have been doing with their race cars.
And it's awesome to see how you were talking about the facility. It's cool to see just how well they take care of the track throughout the day, keeping the dust down. That's great to see.
Yeah, it really is, right? And it makes it for good. I always put it back down to like from a racer standpoint, right? It makes so much good lines. Like when you can get out in the cushion and just like rip around, there's almost no better feeling in a side-by-side than when you're hitting that berm or the cushion going around and turn like a 180 turn. It feels so cool the way that you handle the steering wheel and your foot pedals.
Exactly, and it's awesome how much good racing we've seen, because when I got out here and was looking at the track, initially I was thinking it was going to be pretty one-lined, but I mean that's not the case. Like we've seen some great battles. So.
Yeah, exactly. Michael Lorenzo, another big David Navratsky fan. So, Devin, being from Georgia, do you get to get out and partake in side-by-side riding too?
I do. I do get to ride on some side-by-sides, so that's awesome. You know, we've got a lot of cool parks we can go to and stuff. Not a lot of, this type of racing scene.
Well, the cool
at least
thing,
not on this level.
Yeah, exactly. But the cool thing about these guys is they all still go out and play.
Yeah, they do. And I see, a lot of these people are from the East Coast. Like Shane Lewis, he's from Florida. So, I mean, you can travel anywhere.
Yeah, that's a really good point to bring up, right? There's a lot of guys in Texas that are local here that have awesome riding spots out here. Some of the guys from Arizona, you can actually ride UTVs on the street in Arizona.
Yep.
So pretty cool to have that as well. The diversity in the racing field is awesome, but everybody meets up. It's kind of funny because we talked about this before. Is one of your guys' drivers, his name's Dustin Jones, Dustin the Battle Axe Jones.
Yeah.
He's not here this weekend, but I always tell him I see him more than most of my friends locally because we're always at the same track, right? So he's a big racing family.
Yeah, no, the racing community in general, it's super tight knit, and that's what's so great about racing. Like I actually road race, so seeing Levi DeCarroll out here, his brother Caleb is a professional road racer, so that's
look,
it's a small world.
You're teaching George Hamill some new stuff today. That's cool, man. So how is the road racing been going for you?
It's been going pretty good. I just race amateur, and it's expensive, so I just get out there when I can. But
that's cool, man. Where do you usually go?
So in the southeast, like Road Atlanta, Barber Motorsports Park, those are kind of some of the main places.
Yeah, right on. It's a gnarly sport too, that asphalt road racing. So Wes Williams, got my popcorn ready. Let's roll. Thanks for joining us, Wes. We really appreciate it, man. Super cool to see everybody getting ready to watch. This is one of the most popular classes for the live feed, this Outlaw Expert class. Lots of fans for David Navratsky. But we also have Levi DeCarroll out there, number 53. Man, I still can't get over. He's such a young kid at 12 years old, but he's got so much talent. Austin Dinger, number 88 from Fort Worth, Texas. Number 26, Shane Lewis, who you were just talking about, Devin, all the way from Jupiter, Florida. Number 24, fan favorite, David Navratsky from Croydon, Pennsylvania. Number 444, Mickey Schroeder out of Pflugerville, Texas, I think you pronounce it. number 86, Donovan Willis from Georgetown, Texas. These guys are getting ready to throw down in just a little bit here after the water trucks get off the track. It's going to be a pretty interesting race, man. These guys were just knockdown, drag-out battle yesterday.
Yeah, and I see you just got a comment about it, how awesome this coverage is. So shout out to you guys for doing this. I mean, this is, makes it fun for everybody at home to be able to watch. So.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm glad that we can bring some of it out. And if you are at home watching, get all excited about it, just like I am out here not racing. Man, I would like to see myself in a car at some point. So maybe you guys get your car all ready, dust off the cobwebs off your race car, come out here to Decatur, Texas, Oak Hill Raceway, and come stretch some of this chocolate cake with everybody, talk with everybody about their setups. Hopefully we're giving you guys some good information so that when you come out here, you guys have a little bit better setup for your guys' cars as well. A lot of these drivers are coming out here testing all this stuff. It's been a eventful weekend so far for the drivers and teams. Have you had a favorite class that you've liked watching, Devin, or you just like watching them all?
I mean, they're all fun to watch. I like watching the pro guys for sure. They're laying down some pretty quick laps, so that's pretty awesome to see, especially when the Millers were battling yesterday before Cody had that issue. That was definitely cool to see.
It's crazy, right? Like the amount of, I don't know what you want to call it, the amount of driving skill and capability that they have in such diverse conditions.
Exactly.
Like every time I see the pros get out there and drive, even the stock pro class and even some of the expert classes, man. Actually, you know what? I'll take it down to the kids, because even some of the little 170 kids, I could not believe how good a car control they had.
Yeah, and man, when you say that really, those kids that are on 170s, they don't have factory support and like the best parts and stuff. They're on, machines that are riding on the exact same track, hitting the same track, and on a lot less equipment than those guys. So.
Yeah, but they're learning the right way.
Yeah,
right way to do it, right? And we were talking with Jackson Mandel. I think he said he was 10 years old. He came on the live feed with us just a little bit ago, and he was telling us that he's learned hard work. He's learned how to drive better. He's learned, traveling across the country with his family. Like, there are so many great things that happen when you're in an environment like that.
Yeah, exactly. And this sport definitely has a bright future because, a lot of these guys that are pros now, when they were kids, they weren't doing this. They were racing, ATVs or dirt bikes. So, when you're this, say it again, you're talking about Levi DeCarroll being 12 years old racing 1,000.
Crazy.
When he's in his 20s, he's going to have 10 years of experience of
racing powerful cars, right?
So,
doesn't that just blow your mind?
Yeah, it's insane. I try to picture what my mind was like as a 12-year-old and try to picture myself racing
and switch it into your context, right? If you were 12 years old and you could race a super sport or a big bike.
It's insane.
Thank you very much for commenting in, guys. Let's see here. Let's go number 88, Michaela Dinger. I think I already said that, but thanks for chiming in. Antonio Longo, let's go number 24. Another David Navratsky fan. Can't wait for the race to start. Yeah, we can't either, man. But we definitely want to keep the water on the track so we can keep good racing conditions. It looks like we got about 4 minutes before we start. We're going to try to take a quick commercial break, Devin, and we will be right back.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
We are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on you.
PCI Race Radio is the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
I think we might have two kids win or headset or no. Okay, give that one to me and I'll take this video. Well, you know what? I think
What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing.
When I was casting,
We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
All right, welcome back to the 2022 Texas Outlaw Series, round number 5, presented by RedBull. We are at just outside of Decatur, Texas, Oak Hill Raceway, getting ready to start the Outlaw Expert Class, race number 7. Can't wait to see these guys. We got a big fan favorite, David Dabrowski, number 24, coming out. We'll get you guys a race order as quickly as we can here. These guys had some serious battling yesterday. Thank you guys very much for watching the live feed, commenting in, favorite drivers. Ava G, you got number 24. Everybody's saying go David Dabrowski. Kendall Hawks, number 106, and go number 53. Big fan of Levi Carroll. Here we go. All right, Wes Williams. Hopefully that popcorn lasts throughout this moto, man. It's gonna be a nail biter. You're gonna be eating a lot of popcorn through this race. Fan favorite, David Dabrowski. Red orange car already out there in the lead. We got Mickey Schroeder, number 444 in second. Austin Dinger, number 88 in third. Levi DeCarroll. Looks like he's turned it up a little bit for today. And Donovan Willis, number
spinning out everywhere. We got 3 guys down.
Oh man.
The guy that rolled is good.
We got a lot of these guys coming into some of these 180 turns. Should be using the cushion right now, especially in these after just having water on the track. So looks like David Navratsky out there understanding where to put his car, keeping some traction out there at the cushion. All right, as we cross the stripe for the first lap, David Navratsky, Mickey Schroeder running first and second. Looks like these guys are having to tiptoe a little bit through some of these quarters with just getting a little bit of water on the track. Michael Orsini, thank you very much for joining us. Go get him, Dave. He's doing a fantastic job. Came out with a sweet hole shot, too. Yeah, Road Glide slowly. We've got a couple guests coming in, so thank you very much for the understanding of the mic. I'm holding a little closer to me so that hopefully you guys can hear it pretty good.
Same headset as the last time.
Oh, you're running mine.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. A little bit better. Thank you very much, Road Glide Sully, for letting us know. Number 24, David Navratsky. Everybody's rooting for him. Ava G, Frank Pear, everybody's rooting for these guys, man. Such a good comment moto for the live feed. Oh, man, he's even got the United States flag on the top of the roof, dude. Going patriotic. So, different line choices for Mickey Schroeder and David Navratsky. These guys are staying pretty close for Evan. Oh, look at that. Coming out, finding a little bit of traction there for Mickey Schroeder. Both these guys nose to tail. I can only imagine that Mickey Schroeder's probably used like 20 tear-offs so far. Staying that close to David Navratsky. Luann Arthur, another David Navratsky fan. All right, we're going to go through the running order here. David Navratsky out of Croydon, Pennsylvania, sponsored by Concrete Cutting Systems, his family, and Plymouth County Power Sports. Looks like Austin Dinger has moved up to the second place, unless that's a glitch in our timing system. Yeah, so it looks like Mickey Schroeder, I don't know if something went wrong with him, but it doesn't look like he has actually come through. Michaela Dinger, fan favorites, David and Dinger. Riley O'Brien, let's go, Dave. Ava G, you got this number 24. Frank, track is soaked. It is a little bit wet, but you got to understand that these guys are very, very talented drivers, so they can drive on anything. It's Dinger. Mickey went out, yeah, so... it looks like we have the timing and scoring correct here. Austin Dinger out in second spot, giving David Navratsky all he can handle. Always cool to see these guys out there battling, man. It doesn't matter what the track conditions are. They are just giving it their all, driving the best that they can, and they're really hauling the mail. I mean, this is the Outlaw Expert class. The next class for these guys to go up to is a pro class. So I'm sure these guys are checking lap times after the races and getting an understanding of how far they're off of the professional drivers' lap times. Who knows? Maybe these guys will be driving up against some of the professionals in the next year or so here. Austin Dinger finding some of the traction out there in the loam. Man, look at how great those drone shots are.
It really feels like you're riding passenger seat with Austin Dinger here. Austin, for any of your family that's doing watching the live feed right now, I strongly suggest that you have them clip that and put it on your Instagram channel, buddy, because these are some amazing shots that you can throw up there on your social media. Thank you very much to the Outlaw Productions TV crew for doing such a fantastic job with the drone coverage, the static camera coverage, and all of this production that we're bringing to you guys. Sitting here in the booth, I'm still amazed at how great it is. So thank you guys very much for doing all that stuff. Thank you guys for tuning in and letting us know what we can do better as well. Lots of fan favorites over here for the top two, David Navratsky and Austin Dinger. Kylie O says, woo, go David. Frank Pear, I have ridden passenger with Dave. Oh, a bunch of smiley faces. How is that riding passenger with Dave, man? Antonio Longo, the drone coverage is amazing. Dude, it really is. Like, especially when these FPV drones get right next to the car. Holy smoke. And I like the long shots of the drone as well, where you can see the whole portion of the track. Look at that, right next to Austin Dinger. I mean, you really feel like you're sitting in the passenger seat with them. Almost feels like those, how you could change the view on some of those race car games on your controller on your Xbox, man. It's so cool to see. So yeah, David Navratsky out front, Austin Dinger in second. Looks like Levi DeCarroll is in third. Donovan Willis, fourth place, and Mickey Schroeder. Unfortunately, I think he went out, but these guys are really, really hauling the mail. I'd be interested to see what their lap times are. So we were talking with the Maxxis guys, Devin and David, a little bit about the track coming to fruition and changing. This is exactly what they were talking about yesterday. The track has a little bit of moisture on it with the water truck at the beginning, and then it starts drying out a little bit and come into fruition, I guess you could say. So it changes. So it's interesting to see these drivers' tire choices and setup choices. Looks like Dinger had a really good run going there for the third and fourth lap and has dropped back a little bit, but still keeping David Navratsky honest. Luann Arthur, big fan of David Navratsky. Ava G, number 24 for the win. The stage plan, is expert the same as sportsman class? No, they actually have expert class and amateur class. I think amateur class would be a little bit more like a sportsman class or like an entry-level class. They also have stock women's and stock 170, which are, and stock amateur, which are, I think, your very lowest or beginner classes to be able to get in there and race. So there's something for everybody out here. So as long as you meet the safety requirements and your car passes tech, I think you'll be good. So you can always go to the Outlaw Racing Series website and check it out, and it will show you all of the things that you need to have set up on your car, like whether it be solid doors or safety equipment like a cage and nets and things like that. But it's a very, very good series to start, and a lot of people out here would be willing to help you understand how to set up your car and to help you at the races and stuff like that. So I suggest just coming out, checking it out, see what you think, and then maybe getting out here in your own race car one day. Man, Dinger is really keeping Navratsky honest here. It looks like Dinger has been searching for some lines, and he's found some fast stuff. So we might see a change up for the lead here if Austin Dinger can close the door a little bit more on, or close the gap a little bit more on David Navratsky. He's really keeping the pressure on him. I like how he's moving around and trying to stay out of that roost. Also giving him the ability to look for some different lines. Makes a big difference when you can open up the track like that. So, some of these drivers need to be forced to see a little bit more of where they can go on the track to open up their car and see how it handles a little bit better in some of these conditions. But what great racing, great coverage, just a fantastic day overall. Thanks again to the guys at Shock Therapy for bringing us this live feed. Dinger is laying down the heat. Yeah, Frank, he really is. Caitlin, you got this number 24. The stage plan. In Cali, but I run NorCal Rock Racing and East Street. A bit of a haul for me and the Can-Am. Yeah, it is a bit of a haul, but you know what's crazy is that, man, it's Dinger and Navratsky. Oh! Dinger pulls next to Navratsky. Maybe not the best choice to pull up right there, but, man, he had a good run on him. So it looks like Dinger's getting really, come across the checker flag. That's why he went for it. So congratulations, David Navratsky, on the win. You got all kinds of people watching the live feed that are going to be super pumped that you did. And Austin Dinger for battling all the way to the finish, man. About a tire away from making the pass on David Navratsky. So good job, Austin Dinger. Levi DeCarroll, Donovan Willis, and Mickey Schroeder. Great job, boys. All right, we're going to let all the guys come through, finish up their race. We have race number 8 coming up. Race number 8 is the Vet 40 Plus Outlaw and Vet 40 Plus Stock. Let's take a commercial break, and we will be right back.
We are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. PCI has the high...
Yours. So we are back for the Vet 40 Plus Outlaw class and Vet 40 Plus Stock class. Looks like we got a little bit of technical difficulties, but I'll keep calling the race for you guys. Let's go through the running order here. We got number 23 in the Vet 40 Plus Outlaw class. Number 23, Todd Anders out of Bourne, Texas. Number 11, Chris Donald out of Pembroke Pines, Florida. Number 51, Donald Dorsey out of Salado, Texas. Number 151, Corey Hyman out of Justin, Texas. Number 58, David Holby out of Millsap, Texas. For the Vet 40 Plus Stock class, we have number 481, Marcus Callahan out of Fayette, Texas. Number 118, Byron Mowry out of Austin, Texas. Number 009, George Ramirez out of San Antonio, Texas. Number 112, Austin Sides out of Sanger, Texas. And number 425, Chad Williams out of Seguin, Texas. So it looks like the only person that's not from Texas in this race is Chris Donald out of Pembroke Pines, Florida. So we've got a lot of Texans out here in the Vet 40 Plus Stock and Vet 40 Plus Outlaw class. Looks like Donald Dorsey's out there leading with Todd Anders in second, David Holby third, Jubal Cheatwood running fourth, and Chris Donald fifth, and Thomas Lewis rounding out the top six in the Vet 40 Plus Outlaw class. In the Vet 40 Plus, oh, it looks like we have a late entry as well. So, oh no, cars there, unfortunately, dead in the water. Looks like we got Terry Lackey out there leading the way in the Vet 40 Plus stock class. Looks like he might be in a late entry for us. Leading the way with Marcus Callahan, Byron Mowry, round out the top three. Chad Williams in fourth, George Ramirez in fifth, and Austin Sides in the sixth spot. Good battling with these three drivers. Coming up to the biggest jump on the track of that tabletop. I'd like to see some of these drivers go out a little bit more and explore the track a little bit more. One of those drivers just went up on the berm, used that banking a little bit. I think that's a great idea for some of these drivers to do. I think as the racing increases and more laps get put on this track, the track is going to open up a lot. Going to allow for some really, really great battles. Thank you guys all for tuning in last moto as well. A lot of David Navratsky fans. Great racing between those two. Appreciate all you guys for tuning in to the feed for the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series presented by RedBull. We've had some seriously great racing this weekend. It's been awesome. I love the fact that everybody has had the opportunity to start out on a new track and see who has made the right decisions as quickly as possible. That's some of the stuff that really goes to show what kind of great racers have great racing programs. All right, so the Vet 40 Plus Outlaw and the Vet 40 Plus stock class. Looks like they are 2 or 3 laps complete now with Todd Anders holding down the lead, number 23. David Holby, 58. Jubal Cheatwood, Chris Donald, Donald Dorsey, Thomas Lewis, Corey Hyman. And in the stock class, looks like Terry Lackey, still our late entry out front, man. So great job, Terry. Let's see here. Marcus Callahan. Chad Williams, third position. Byron Mowry. George Ramirez and Austin Sides. Man, look at this battle. 3 cars just nose to tail coming through this right-hander. Getting ready to get out for their next lap. There's some serious battles going on the track right now. A lot of these guys right next to each other. Got an RS1 and a YXZ. out there competing against some of the Turbo Can-Am X3s. So this was one of the roughest corners yesterday. It looks like it's holding together pretty good today. It looked like there was a couple potholes. Oh, the RS1 get the pass going down, coming down the final straightaway before the finish line. Both of these guys, Byron Mowry, both these guys going straight into that first turn wide open, not wanting to give an inch. Oh, sliding outside. Byron Mowry going to the inside. Woo, man, these guys are dicing it up. Yeah, more battles out on the track in the Turbo class. Crazy to see all of this great racing. Looks like Mowry made a little bit of space on George Ramirez there. These guys dicing it up big time. Yeah, so the battle for the, oh man, getting into him a little bit there. Battle Royale with these three drivers. George Ramirez and Byron Mowry still nose to tail. We got to go back and forth with all these battles, man. There's so much going on the racetrack right now. Crazy. Drivers getting loose. Oh, getting into each other too. Man, they are just driving so close. It's almost hard to announce this race because these guys are so neck and neck. I just want to watch them because they're battling so hard. Oh, see, there you go. There's a couple lines opening up. Coming through on the outside. Getting a little bit more speed coming into that corner. Man, look at you. You can see the different line choices here. The first driver protecting the inside lines, and then the other driver trying to set up and come around. It looks like Todd Anders and Chris Donald are just out there battling, man. So George Ramirez and let's see here. Oh, maybe that's Byron Mowry and Chad Williams. I'm not sure who that RS1 is. If any of you guys watching the live feed do know who it is, just let us know. Leanne Dowdy out there rooting on Terry Lackey. Big battle with this WAGZ and RS1, man. Whew, man, they have been neck and neck or even side by side around this whole track for, what, 2 or 3 laps now? Pretty rad to see. And you notice that both of these drivers have increased their speed driving together as well as taking a lot of different lines. Okay, RS1 is Byron. Okay, got it. And then I don't know who's in the YXZ, so let me know who's in the YXZ then, because I thought Byron was in the YXZ. So, So yeah, let me know who's in the YXZ then, because they are battling, man. RS1, yeah. So Byron used to be in the YXZ. That's why I thought he was in there. But so Byron out in the RS1. Now we got the same battle that we had before with, I think it's Todd Anders. No, not Todd Anders. Who do we see here? We have Chris Donald. And maybe David Holby. Chad Williams in the YXZ. Thank you very much, Road Glide Sully. Appreciate you giving us the info here. Man, so Chris Donald going the inside. Oh, no, didn't have enough room. Be nice if he explored a little bit. Maybe try to go on the outside. Get a little bit more speed. Maybe sweep around. Good to see these guys putting all their effort into it. Chris Donald going to the inside. Oh, Chris Donald getting pinched off. Shut the door. Oh, and spins right underneath the finish line arch there. Man, I can only imagine how that finish line flagman felt seeing those cars come so close. Almost taking down the metal finish line. Holy cow, that was definitely full send. No give from either of those drivers. Great racing. All right, so we're finishing up with the Vet 40 Plus Outlaw and Vet 40 Plus stock classes. We are going to move towards the limited stock 1000 age 12 plus, the Outlaw Women's and the stock Women's. And it looks like Byron Mowry's going to come home. Ahead of Chad Williams in the YXZ. Awesome racing for those two, man. So we're going to let those guys kind of finish up. The track looks like it's really, really good. A lot of good traction now. One more moto. And then we're going to have the number 9, and then we're going to have the Pro Outlaw class, moto number 10. I think the Pro Outlaw class is probably going to be a perfect track. The limited stock is going to be a really, really good track for the 1000, limited stock 1000 age 12 plus, the Outlaw Women's and the stock Women's. Yep. Limited stock. Race number 9. 1000 age 12 plus. Outlaw Women's and stock Women's. All right, so lined up on the starting gate here, we have the limited stock age, 1000 age 12 plus class. I think Chase Mankin did a pretty good job yesterday. We also have, from California, we have Kendall Hawks. Number 106 and number 58, Chance Bowden from Midlothian, Texas. Number 7, Riley Cadenhead out of Midland, Texas. Let's see here. Number 23, Tyler Hicks out of Westlake, Louisiana. Got to meet Tyler last night. Talked with him a little bit. Tyler's a fantastic kid. Great family. 13 years old. Number 101, Chase Mankin. Did a fantastic job yesterday, too. Number 25X, Cohen McKesson. Number 9, Landon Popper.
We also have the Outlaw women's and stock women's class. The Outlaw women's class yesterday had Lacey Tewksbury, number 14, and Rachel Cheatwood. All right. We are underway with the limited stock 1000 age 12 plus. Like I just mentioned, Lacey Tewksbury and Rachel Cheatwood. Rachel Cheatwood brought home the victory in that moto yesterday in the Outlaw women's class. In the stock women's class, we have number 92, Peyton Dowdy, number 018, Elizabeth Ramirez, number 38, Sarah Schultz, and number 441, Jocelyn Ware. All right, so coming out swinging in the limited stock 1000 age 12 plus class. I'm going to assume that's maybe, Landon Poppart looks like he's out front. Sweet, man. Yeah, Chase Mankin following. Tyler Hicks. Awesome to see Tyler out of Westlake, Louisiana, 13 years old. Sponsored by Louisiana Direct Auto, PPEI, and Double E Racing. Looks like Kendall Hawks actually moved into third spot. Chase Mankin giving Landon Poppart all he can handle. Looks like Kendall Hawks wants to come join the party. Oh, skying it down into that turn. Exactly what I was talking about yesterday. Kendall Hawks goes into second place, just past Landon Poppart. And Chase Mankin is going to have his rear view mirror full of this Honda Talon. Oh, and look at that. Kendall Hawks coming to the inside. It looks like Kendall's car is set up very well for the current track conditions. That shaft-driven car with the transmission, maybe he can control it a little bit better. It looks like he can kind of point and shoot a little bit more. So we'll see how it shapes up with Chase Mankin out front and Kendall Hawks. Kendall Hawks in second here. Number 106 in his Honda Talon. Throwing up some roost at our drone. Man, almost like sitting in the driver's seat with young Kendall Hawks there. So let's go through some of the running order in the stock women's class. We have Jocelyn Ware, Peyton Dowdy, Elizabeth Ramirez, and Sarah Schultz. And it looks like we'll have to get a camera view on it in a little bit here, but it looks like Lacey Tewksbury is leading Rachel Cheatwood around the track now. Yesterday, Rachel Cheatwood was in front, but they were glued to each other's bumpers the whole race. Looks like Chase Mankin might be pulling away just a little bit here on Kendall Hawks, but Kendall's still doing a fantastic job. And in third place, we still have Landon Poppart. Couple Arctic Cats, an older Arctic Cat and a newer Arctic Cat coming around the track as well. Chase Mankin, maybe he's finding his groove now. Looks like both Chase and Kendall opted for knobby tires. Get a little bit more bite out of their cars. Was really cool to see to have the Maxxis guys come in here, as well as Hunter Miller. Give us a little bit more understanding of how big of an effect, that drastic of an effect the tires have in the different terrains and conditions that we race in. Kind of lets me think a little bit more about our enthusiast trips too, going out, how they would work on trails and things like that. And the crossover. You use it on a trail and you can use it out here at the racetrack. Those Liberties look like they would be a good car or a good tire to have for both. As they have all three of these drivers in their RS1s, neck and neck. looks like Peyton Dowdy, probably maybe Jocelyn Ware, and Elizabeth Ramirez. Yep. So maybe it's Elizabeth Ramirez, I think, maybe moving to the front, huh? Or maybe that was Peyton Dowdy. It's hard to see the numbers in some of these camera angles, but man, look at that tight racing for the top 3 women. Really close racing still around the track. Looks like Chase Mankin and Kendall Hawks keeping about the same distance. Chase not pulling away. I'm not sure if he's just, in quotes, taking it easy, but still great racing. These drivers are, especially the lady drivers, man. Lacey Tewksbury here. She's not getting very much pressure. Looks like Rachel Cheatwood maybe made her way past Lacey. Tiffany Booth, yeah, let's go Kendall. He's doing a fantastic job. Go Peyton, number 92. Yeah, Leanne Dowdy, she's doing a great job, man. They have a good battle going on, too. So it looks like Jocelyn Ware is still out front if the timing and scoring is correct. Peyton is in second, and Elizabeth Ramirez in third. Let's give some love to all of these driver sponsors. We're going to go through the women first. Peyton Dowdy, 12 years old, sponsored by mom and dad and the grandparents. Gladys family, she's from Midlothian, Texas. Elizabeth Ramirez from San Antonio, Texas. Sarah Schultz, Temple, Texas. Titan Machine and Design, Ross Schultz, and G3 Motorsports. Jocelyn Ware out of Coprol, Texas. And sponsored by herself, man. So good job, Jocelyn. Lacey Tewksbury and Rachel Cheatwood. Lacey is sponsored by Yokohama, ZRP, Zebros, Exit Shocks, HMF, Double E Racing, Texera Tech, Raceline Wheels, Boostain, and Driven Oil. Man, Lacey's got the professional lineup of sponsors. As we still watch this battle come through. In the limited stock 1000, age 12 plus, we'll give some love to Chance Bowden, Midlothian, Texas, 11 years old. Riley Cadenhead, Midland, Texas, 15 years old. Sponsored by mom and dad. Side by Side Blog Parts, Raceline Wheels, and Nana and Pop Tursky. Number 106, Kendall Hawks out of Ramona, California, 13 years old. Benchmark Performance, Raceco, Tenzer Tires, Method, Surface Sunscreen, AIM, Sparco, ECP Powder Coating, Racers for Christ, Honda Power Sports, and Limited Access. Tyler Hicks out of Westlake, Louisiana, number 13, Louisiana Direct Auto, PPEI, and Double E Racing. Man, we still have some super close racing. Thanks for the long shot. Oh, it looked like we must have a driver that just got tipped over there. See if we can get an understanding of who that is. Looks like the driver's probably okay. Safety crew's checking on him. Oh, it looks like it might be Kendall Hawks, no? Yeah, it looks like it is. Well, Kendall's a fantastic driver, and the safety crew's looking after him. Chase Mankin throwing up some roost going into that turn. So number 101, Chase Mankin out of Menifee, California, sponsored by Polaris, 4-Wheel Parts, Chupacabra Off-Road, Maxxis, Temecula Motorsports, Benchmark Performance, Sparco, Anti-Gravity Batteries, and Demon Power Sports. Colin McKesson out of Midlothian, Texas, 12 years old. North Texas Trailer Rentals is his sponsor. Landon Popper out of Gutai, California. 12 years old out of Coastline Steel, Polaris Razor, Frank's Well Drilling, DS Customs, Car One, and O'Neill. As we move to get Kendall got righted again. Not sure if his car will be able to continue, but I think I found a common secret for Kendall as well as Chase Mankin, why they were up there at the front so early. Well, Benchmark Performance, Chris Hawks over there, does their tuning for their ECUs, helps with their motors, all of that stuff. So great job to Chris from Benchmark. Must have been nice to see his fruits of his labor out front. Not a good thing to see Kendall tip it over, but great to see the safety crew out there to help him get righted. Kendall was driving a fantastic race. So we still have a caution flag out. Looks like Kendall's going to get towed off here. They'll get that car all set up and fixed up for the next race. Follow Lacey Tewksbury around. One of my favorite cars on the track. I love the color scheme that she's got going. Again, thank you guys very much for tuning in. Donnie Dinger, yeah, it was a great race, man. It is good to watch not just those drivers in the Outlaw Expert class, but it's really good to watch all of these great drivers, talented, laying it down. Some of these beginner drivers as well, too, man. Like they're learning as they go, but it's really cool to see them gain the experience. Wow, man. So it looks like we still got a battle. Have to get some numbers on those cars here so I can tell you who they are. We only have a few corners left. Man, back and forth. We only have a few corners left before we get to the finish line here. This looks like it's in the stock women's class, maybe. I'm not sure. But look how great racing. These drivers are very, very excited to get to the finish line first. Oh, coming up on the bike a little bit. Both of these RS1s just moving all over the track. That might look like it is actually the limited stock 1000 H12 Plus class, but both drivers are going to give it as much power as they can coming down to the finish line. Great racing from all of these drivers. So this is going to conclude race number 9, the limited stock 1000 H12 Plus class, the Outlaw women's class, and the stock women's class. Great racing from all these drivers. It looks like we are going to have Jocelyn Ware come home in first, Peyton Dowdy, Elizabeth Ramirez, Sarah Schultz, and in the 1000 plus or 12 plus class, Chase Mankin going to take home the win. Landon Popper moves up to second. Great job, Landon. Riley Cadenhead also moving up a little bit. Tyler Hicks come home with a solid fourth. So good job, Tyler. You drove a great race. It was good seeing you and your family last night. Cole McKesson fifth. Chance Bowden sixth. Kendall Hawks unfortunately had to acquiesce down the field, but great driving for those laps that you were chasing Chase Mankin around. Awesome to see you doing so well, man. So much improved throughout the weekend. So you should hold your head high and make all the changes that you need to come back stronger next time. Rachel Chewood taking home the victory in the Outlaw Women's, and Lacey Tewksbury coming home with second. Great job, all you drivers. So next race we have coming up is Pro Outlaw, the big dogs. So we're going to let these drivers finish up, follow them home, and I think we will take a step away to a commercial break, and we will be back with the Pro Outlaws.
We are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
All right, we are back with Pro Outlaw, man. We have the big dogs coming right up. It's going to be awesome to see these guys. After speaking with Hunter Miller, the Maxxis guys, and understanding a little bit more about how the track is progressing forward, it's going to be really, really cool to see these guys going. Can you turn my headphones down and let them know production is ready? Production's ready. So we have 4 drivers out this time. Getting ready to go for Pro Outlaw at the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series, presented by RedBull. Really aggressive on the start here. Pro drivers barely giving anybody any room here, but let's see. Maybe that's Cody Taylor out front. Cody Taylor is known for getting great starts. Hey Josh, can you give me a little bit more headphones? So it looks like I think it's Cody Taylor out front, or no, Cody Miller out front. Cody Taylor in second, Hunter Miller third, Ben Fournier fourth, and Cross Kirchmeyer in the fifth spot. I think the track is going to be a little bit faster today for these pro drivers. Oh, side by side going down the back straightaway. Oh, we're going to do the dive bomb again. Like what I talked about earlier. So it looks like Hunter Miller goes past Cody Taylor in that 180 turn. So maybe sitting here talking with Hunter helped him out so he could understand that he could do that. Super cool to see these guys out on track doing exactly what we had talked about before. So it looks like number 48, Cody Taylor, running third. Came out real hot on that start. Cody Taylor's always good at starts, man. Ben Fournier and Cross Kirchmeyer battling it out for the fourth place position. Wes Williams says, yeah, your money is on the Millers for a 1-2 finish. That's a good bet right now, especially seeing the live feed. I think, Wes, the question is, who of the Miller brothers is going to come home victorious? So yesterday we had Hunter Miller come home victorious. Unfortunately, Cody had a mechanical, but man, they were battling it out hard. And now it looks like Cody has chosen some Maxxis SC1s. He's also chosen to have a narrower car. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. A much narrower car than Hunter Miller does. So different setups, different choices. Looks like both of them are doing a lot less sliding, so to speak. Doing a lot more rolling around these turns and keeping the power to the ground, not upsetting the car as much as they did yesterday. Man, awesome drone shots. Hunter Miller coming around that corner, just slamming into the outside berm. Looks like Kirchmeyer and Fournier just battling away over here. Oh no, that's Kirchmeyer and Cody Taylor battling away. So Kirchmeyer trying to get that Honda up into the top three. Look at that. They got some power out of that Honda now. So Kirchmeyer moving up into the top three. Maybe looks like he's trying to hunt down the leaders, the Miller brothers. I don't know what they did to that Honda since the last couple races, but they got that thing shredding, man. Great job across Kirchmeyer and the Kirchmeyer family for getting that thing going so well. Cody Miller taking the fast line around, laying on the side of that tabletop. All these guys are right there, laying on the side of that small tabletop before the big tabletop. Riding passenger with what look like Cody Taylor or Hunter Miller. Ben Fournier and Cody Taylor back there. Looks like the number 2 of Hunter Miller. And the number 1 of Cody Miller. Ben Fournier and Cody Taylor still battling it out. great to see all the different tire choices, man. I love to see the diversity of the way that people are choosing to have their setups here. Looks like Ben Fournier choosing to use the Maxxis SC1 tire. Looks like Cross Kirchmeier kind of just hanging out in third place right now, solo. Really good run for Cross, though. I would assume that the Kirchmeiers had done some setup changes. I like to see the Miller brothers using that outside berm now, really setting up their cars nicely to get around the track. Coming into that turn that we said resembles the Crandon turn with the trees there, that 180. These cars have a lot of horsepower. So coming down where Cody Miller and Hunter Miller are, coming down this long straightaway, probably hitting speeds anywhere from 60 to 70 miles an hour before they have to get hard on the brakes in that left-hander and shoot down into the 180 turns. Really slow 180 turns over these blind rollers. So two main battles on the track as Cross Kirchmeier kind of just holds down third place. The battle for the lead with Cody and Hunter Miller, not as close as we would like to see it, but man, couldn't get any closer for Cody Taylor and Ben Fournier. Both of them nose to tail. Different line choices there. Looks like Fournier trying to go to the inside, take the shorter route, as Cody Taylor takes a smoother route. Decides to save his car and not hit a lot of those potholes or chuck holes, as we call them in off-road. Track's getting pretty eaten up. It's really cool to see. As I always say, the rougher the better. So we have a caution flag, but we have Cody Miller, Hunter Miller, Cross Kirchmeier, Cody Taylor, and Ben Fournier. So with this caution flag, it's going to bunch up the drivers, kind of like, I think it was Hunter Miller when we were talking earlier about having it bunch up again. Or actually, that was Colin Truitt. But bunch up again. So Cody Miller now is going to have 4 people breathing down his neck when he starts again. Cross Kirchmeier, this was a blessing in disguise, because now if he has a great opportunity like he did last time to really push forward in those opening laps, he could give the Miller brothers a run for their money. Great to see how much aggression that these guys put out in the first couple laps. It's hard to start out that way, but now these guys have a couple laps in, and they're going to be able to just get right back to work. Safety crew leading these cars around. I think they're doing a mandatory caution so that they can stack up the field. Not because anybody rolled over or anything. Maybe there was something on the track, but looks like a mandatory caution to stack up the field again. Give these drivers an opportunity to battle it out. Frank Payer says, let's put Navratsky on the Millers team. That'd be pretty cool, man. I don't know how many more resources the Millers can have. I know they help out a lot of people out at the track. So I'm sure David Navratsky has talked with the Miller brothers many, many times. Fantastic humans in general, but great that they help all the other racers too. So David Navratsky did do a fantastic job, though. So you are right, Frank. He's doing some good lap times. Be interesting to see what his lap times were. All right, looks like we are going to come back to the green flag in just a second here. Drivers getting all bunched up. Cross Kirchmeier, we know he's trying to get as much of a jump as he possibly can in that Honda Talon. Yep, there you go. Little bit down on power in his Honda Talon, but still going to give it as much as he can. All right, so Cody Miller out front is going to hold the inside line. Looks like Hunter's going to try to see if he drive around the outside. Oh, and Kirchmeier coming up to the inside, trying to see if he can shove a wheel in there on Hunter Miller. Different line choices. Those inside lines are fast when you're going to try to do a pass, but it's going to cost them a little bit as these front two have a little bit more momentum coming around the outside, going down these longer straightaways. So we'll see if some of these tight sections, if Kirchmeier can hold to the back door, he can maybe give them a little bit more push when they go. That I love that line that they're using coming in that berm. They're really keeping the car settled, not upsetting it, sliding into that turn. Lots of good speed coming down here. You have one more long straightaway that these Can-Ams are going to pull a little bit on that Honda Talon, get a little bit of distance from Kirchmeier, but if he can keep it at least a little closer, he might be able to show these guys a wheel coming into the 180 sections of some of this tight stuff. So Cody Miller still out front, Hunter Miller in second, and Kirchmeier doing a fantastic job keeping it close. This is the section that he would be able to do most of his work because of the bottom end power. So maybe, just maybe, it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like he has enough. He's really trying hard though. So great driving from Cross Kirchmeier as he comes up the inside a little bit on Hunter Miller, but just not enough, man. Just not enough. Fantastic driving though, driving all the way out on the cushion, getting all the way out. Really opening up his corners, keeping his momentum, really pressuring Hunter Miller. Great to see Cross Kirchmeier doing such a fantastic job. I can promise you that Hunter Miller is surprised to see that white car behind him. That is super cool. Great job, Cross. Great driving. Cross has been coming really close on these entries to the turn. Braking as late as possible. Looks like I think we are on our final lap now, so if Cross wants to have anything for Hunter Miller, Cody Miller's already just checked out. I don't think anybody's got anything for him. But if Cross wants, Cross is going to lose all his speed going down this straightaway. Now he didn't hit that berm going in. If he wants to do anything, he's really going to have to push now. I think that was what cost him. He didn't get enough speed going down that last straightaway off that berm. So a lot of the guys, like I said before, are learning the track and understanding what their cars do on this track. We can sit here and bench race or couch race all we want. These guys are the ones out here doing it. They know exactly what their cars are doing. As Cross comes up really close, coming into that, this is it. He did exactly what we're talking about. Hunter Miller might get some of his own medicine. Oh my gosh, man! Look at that racing back and forth. Cross, fantastic job trying to get in there, man. If you had just another, 12 inches, you probably could have shut the door. Cut back and try to see if you can get under there, buddy. Oh, Hunter Miller's going to close the line up enough. You're not going to be able to fit your side-by-side in there, man. Great racing by these two, keeping it clean. Oh, here we go. No way. Kirchmeier's going to come shut the door on Hunter Miller. No way. Cross, you are a bad mofo. Good job, dude. Holy cow. That was some insane driving right there. Great job by both of those racers, Hunter Miller and Cross Kirchmeier, for keeping it clean. Great racing. It doesn't get any better than that, ladies and gentlemen. It was so good to see that both of those drivers kept it clean like that and were able to give respect to one another. I guarantee you, even though Hunter Miller got passed, he's going to be so stoked for Cross Kirchmeier and the way that he drove. Looks like Cross listened to me and just went up on the berm now. He's going to keep all his speed, not lose it. Hunter steps out just a little bit. And Cody Miller's still out there just kind of doing his own thing, checking out. So Hunter Miller is doing exactly what we talked about before. He's starting to set up for that entry to that 180 left-hander. I can promise you that Cross is going to try to see if he can shut the door and close that line off, but here goes Hunter. Doing exactly what we talked about. He's trying to get as much speed as he possibly can. Yeah, he's going to avoid all those things because Cross was going down there to shut the door, close the line off. Hunter's going to try to do it outside, inside in most of these corners. If Cross slips up, he's going to dart underneath. Yep, just like we had talked about. Cross holding his line, doing a great job. Fantastic driving by all three of these drivers. We didn't really get to see too much of Cody Miller because he just drove a smooth race, man. Almost flawless. Just took all of his smooth lines. Now we got the checkered flag. Cody Miller taking home the win. Cross Kirchmeier in second. Hunter Miller in third. I think that's going to be one of the most exciting races that we've seen all day. It's just insane how well this track is shaping up for these drivers. Cody Taylor's going to bring home fourth. Ben Fournier going to round out the top five. I don't know if I could be any more excited about this, man. We have one more race left for the main classes today. The 900 and below class for race number 11 with the Turbo Mixed Open. We're going to have finalized that race, and then we still have, I think, another race to go for the youth to seal the deal for this, the side-by-side Youth World Championship, the first annual. It's going to be awesome to see those kids. We're going to get everybody lined up for the 900 and below and Turbo Mix Open class, race number 11. But we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
We are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
PCI Race Radio is the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
All right, we are back with the final moto of the day for the big guys.
race number 11 with the 900 and below class and the Turbo Mix Open class. This is going to be our final race for the second motos for all the big guys. And then we have 2 final races left of the whole day, and those are for the side-by-side Youth World Championship race. This final race here, man, we can't wait to see the kids. This final race here, the 900 and below class, we got Mason Douglas and Garrett Waters in the Turbo Mix Open class. These guys are going to go out, get some time on the track, get some racing in. Mason Douglas from Frost, Texas, 13 years old. Sponsored by Dad and Mom, M-Tex Welding, Martin Realty Group, Old Pro Roofing, First United Mortgage, and the Kirchmeyer family. Oh, he comes out strong, too. Oh, so it doesn't look like Garrett's out there. It looks like maybe one of the Popperts. So we'll have to see who's out there. Not really sure, but these guys are going to do some track time in their smaller cars. I don't know if that's Grayson Poppert or Landon Poppert. Oh, Corbin Poppert. There we go. And Mason Douglas, number 29. So these kids are going to battle it out a little bit for this last and final moto of the bigger cars. Braxton Moore, thanks for commenting in on YouTube, man. We really appreciate it. He said, bro, hands down, one of my favorite drivers across Kirchmeyer. And I'd say he's one of, if not the best drivers. Congratulations, big dog. I think he did a fantastic job as well. It's cool to see when they have little breakthrough rides like that. It's neat because it's a building confidence thing for these drivers. As we see, let's see, Corbin Popper and Mason Douglas. Looks like Corbin can barely see over the steering wheel. He must be looking through the steering wheel. But yeah, so to get back to what you were saying, what we were talking about cross, really cool to see because those confidence boosters really build a lot of extra skill in your driving capabilities. He did a fantastic job. That's not to say the next race will be good, better, indifferent, whatever it is, but it's a great confidence builder. I'd love to talk a little bit more with Cross and see what he thinks as well. Did a great job. So thanks for tuning in, Braxton. Corbin Poppert just tiptoeing around these corners, making sure that he keeps that car from spinning out. He's probably got his dad spotting for him, letting him know he needs to calm down a little bit. There he goes. Now he's opening it up down the straightaway. Oh, man. Looks like the kids are finding better lines now, trying to move up the track a little bit, stay in some of the more areas with a little bit more traction. like I said before, we have 2 more races coming up after this, and both of those races are dedicated to the kids for the side-by-side Youth World Championship out here at the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series presented by RedBull. A race within a race, so to speak. So it'll be cool because those trophies are fantastic. It's going to be cool to see the kids win the Youth Side-by-Side World Championship, to tell all their friends how great they did. Man, I would even like one of those trophies. Just not young enough to race that. You can see some of the beautiful terrain around out here in Texas, just outside of Decatur at Oak Hill Raceway in Albert, Texas. Great wide shot with the drone. Again, thank you very much to everybody in the Outlaw Productions TV crew for giving you guys such great shots, great coverage of the racing. Very, very cool that we're able to do this. Helps out the drivers because they can go back and look at their races. And it also gives them the opportunity to share their weekends with you guys as well, sitting at home. Looks like Mason Douglas had a little issue in that first turn, and Corbin Poppert just starting to push it again. Oh, almost gets in the back of him, squares it up. Great driving, Corbin. I know you guys can't see it, but I was able to see Corbin in that little car a couple days ago on Friday for practice, and he looks through the steering wheel to see just above the dash. So he has about 3/4 of an inch to an inch of viewable area to be able to drive around the track. But he's out there doing it. So it's super cool. Look at, oh, he's going on the inside. Oh, getting real close to Mason Douglas. Good job, Corbin and Mason, for keeping it clean. So Corbin Poppert is actually 10 years old. And Mason Douglas looks like he's 13. Oh, spun out a little bit. Did Corbin make a mistake, or is he just playing with his buddy out there on the track? Both these kids having a great time. Yeah, you can see his head barely over the steering wheel. I asked him, and he said he's looking underneath the top portion of the steering wheel through the dash. Both of these drivers doing a fantastic job. They just wanted the track. The track's coming through a little bit. That first lap was a little sketchy. There he is. You can see him just looking through the steering wheel right there. The best part about it is he doesn't even care. He's just out there having a good time. Look at him. There, see the steering wheel? It's right in his line of sight. Oh, as Mason Douglas comes up, give battle back to Corbin. Look at that slide. Oh, man, Corbin. And he corrects it with the CIA slide coming out. Great driving. I feel like we were just watching a cop chase right there. And the driver just comes back out. Good job, Corbin, for driving so well, man. It was like Mason. It was like Mason was giving a high-speed chase to a criminal who spins out his car and then keeps it going. Great job, Corbin. So when we were talking to Corbin on Friday, he didn't know where the button was or that he even had four-wheel drive in that car. So it looks like he might still be in two-wheel drive. Maybe Dad should tell him to hit the button. Or maybe he can't reach the button to put it in four-wheel drive. But either way, Corbin's out there having a good time, trying to control the car as much as possible. So they've already got 4 laps complete. They're going to be winding their laps down right now. See how much more pressure Corbin can put on Mason Douglas. This is a really good battle for the kids. 10 years old versus 13 years old. Both youngsters doing their best. There we go. We got a nice close-up of Corbin Poppert. His line of sight is blocked by a steering wheel. Oh, poor guy. So maybe the procedure is to get him to know to put it in 4-wheel drive before he gets out there next time, Dad. Awesome driving in 2-wheel drive on a slick course, though. It's so crazy for me to think that he didn't even know it had 4-wheel drive. Oh, look at Mason Douglas just drifting it. Stock car style going around these corners, man. Keeping really good control of that car. That takes a lot of skill to be able to slide a car around like that. So great job, Mason. Just in the shot behind there when they were coming around, you could see the youth side-by-side drivers lining up for the youth side-by-side world championship. This is going to be the final 2 motos, or the final 2 races of the weekend, that are going to decide who comes home with that side-by-side world championship. Again, thank you very much to the whole Outlaw Productions TV crew for giving you guys these great shots. You can look at off in the distance how beautiful this countryside is out here just outside of Decatur, Texas at Oak Hill Raceway. New facility for the Texas Outlaw Series. New track as well, but the track is turning out to be a fantastic racing venue as well as a pit venue. The pits actually have power spots and water spots, so you can wash the vehicles and do all that stuff. Great facility to come out. Strongly suggest that you guys come out. We appreciate you guys watching the live feed. We always want to see you out here at the races. We can shake your hand, say hello. Talk to some of these other guys, like Grayson Poppert, Corbin Poppert, and Mason Douglas and their families. Bring out the kids. Just have a good time out here for the weekend. Winding down the laps in this 900 and below class. Gonna finish out all the motos just now. Bet you if these kids could, they would probably drive until they ran out of gas, man. White flag out last lap for Mason Douglas and Corbin Poppert. Get a good look at our finish line tower that built by St. Peter Metalworks.
Oh, man. Looks like Corbin actually tipped it on its side. So the safety crew will get out there and help Corbin a little bit. Get that thing righted. Looks like the car is still in pretty good shape. Mason Douglas is going to bring it home. He's got about half a lap to go. And then we'll get Corbin righted. Looks like the car is still okay. They're coming out there, make sure he's okay. Get him going again. He's got three strong guys out there, probably be able to flip him back over. Like the United States flag on the top of that car. So good job to the Popperts for putting that thing on there. Representing our home country. There we go. Flipped him back over, and now he can just get going again. Looks like the car is still doing pretty good. He's going to get all his laps in. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to give Mason Douglas a run for his money, but what a great job. Mason Douglas rounding out the final 180 turns. That big 29 on the side of the car. Got a little bit of mud on it though, man. Last corner for the weekend for Mason Douglas. Going to come home victorious. Great job, buddy. Mason Douglas is going to be your winner in the 900 and below class. Corbin Poppert coming down to the last time he's going to hit this final straightaway in the back section of Oak Hill Raceway for the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series presented by RedBull. These little kids, I know that he's going to be like, man, I wish I could just keep turning more laps. Do we have to go to school on Monday, Mom and Dad, or can we just stay at the racetrack all week and just keep burning fuel? So as Corbin winds it down, brings the car home, even after tipping it over, we're going to thank a few of our sponsors. We really appreciate Can-Am being the title sponsor of the series. Always doing a fantastic job. Fantastic vehicles that they make for us to operate the series with. Thank you to RedBull, obviously. Thank you to the guys over at Maxxis. That was awesome to see the Maxxis guys come over here and tell us about what they think about the tires. Really appreciate the Linda Moods helping out with all the track. The guys at S3 Power Sports. We'll quickly go through this as Corbin finishes up. Ultimax Belts, Crown Construction, Max Performance, UTV Race Shop, Hess Motorsports, Louisiana Direct Auto, PCI Race Radios, Graphics Guys, Progressive Power Sports, Double E Racing, Liqui Moly, Renegade Fuels, PPEI, Texera Tech, G3 Motorsports, MRT, and of course Shock Therapy for bringing you this live feed. The live feed is going to take a quick commercial break, and we're going to be back with the final two races of the weekend to crown the side-by-side youth world champions. So we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We will be right back.
We are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
PCI Race Radios.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
What's up, guys? This is Blake Gustin with G3 Motorsports, and we are open and ready to keep you guys racing. We offer all general maintenance on UTVs and dirt bikes, race support, race prep, trailer storage, as well as race transportation to our local series. Let us know if we can help you with this sport, whether you're a newcomer or a seasoned veteran. We're confident that our team here at G3 Motorsports can get you back on the track or trail in no time.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communication since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
All right, and we are off for the final two motos or races of the weekend for the side-by-side Youth World Championship for the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series presented by RedBull. Great that these drivers get the opportunity to hit the track so many times over the race weekend. They've already raced 3 motos, and they're finally out to finish their 4th moto. Outlaw Youth World Championships. It's great to see these kids putting so much effort into it. Code St. Peter, never a dull moment with the kid. Always getting out there in front. Great car, great family, great driver. So Code St. Peter's out front. Already just pulling away from the rest of the field. Code St. Peter getting ready to open up his 250 car. Going down that back straightaway. That car moves, man. Bright orange car. Probably helps his family see it all over the track, man. Coming through the tight 180s. He's able to just muscle that car right through there. Good throttle control. Track's getting rough, man. You can see those big bumps. That little car. Code's already putting that 250cc motor to work. Looks like we might have Corbin Poppert in second. Or Grayson Poppert. Well, we're going to have to look at our scoring sheets here, but... You can see Code St. Peter's lead on second place. I think it's one of the Popperts. We have... it looks like this last moto is a little different than what we have on our sheets initially. We're just going to go with what's on screen. Code St. Peter out front. Grayson Poppert in second. And Maggie Flores in third. Maggie does a lot of racing, man. It's super cool to see that she gets all this seat time. We just got some behind-the-scenes words that Maggie Flores is actually in the driver's seat even more than we thought. Sounds like she's doing a lot of other racing, just getting as much seat time as possible. Super cool to see such a young lady doing so much seat time and getting to be such a better driver. We can see it in her improvements on track as well. Man, look at how rough the track is getting over there. Côte St. Peter having a little bit of trouble cruising through there, man. But still doing a great job. Côte St. Peter, Grayson Poppert, Maggie Flores. There he is. Cruising around the track. Grayson's doing a great job, man. I wonder if I got it mistaken. I think maybe Grayson was actually the one that was trying to drive the Corbin's car. But the kids are so little, man. They're so close in age. Oh! As Grayson gets a little bit loose. Here we go with some more Côte St. Peter. Look at that shot with the lake in the background. Oh, there's the fan favorite, Maggie Flores right there. Taking the nice smooth line. Uh-oh. Looks like Code may have had an issue with the vehicle. Got the safety crew out there looking after the kids. Maggie Flores keeping it solid. Thank you very much to all the guys in the safety crew. Helping Côte St. Peter out. As Grayson Poppert comes around, he's going to look and he's going to see his main competition, Côte St. Peter, on the side of the track. Nobody wants to see him go out like that. But Grayson knows now that he can ease up on his driving, which he probably won't. He'll probably still go as fast as he possibly can. And cruise it home to victory. So, one thing that's fair to mention is that the side-by-side youth world championships aren't just decided by the fastest driver. It's also decided by, well, I guess luck. So, with some bad luck from Côte St. Peter, Grayson Poppert may be able to take it home if he conserves the car. May be able to take home the win. Great looking car too. I like the way they designed that. Blue is a good color. Big old number 5 on the side so we can see it. So I think we will have one moto left, and you can see them staging down there for the Youth 250, 9 to 12, and 5 to 8 limited stock classes, as well as the stock 170s. So I think Grayson Poppert's actually going to, and Maggie Flores both, I think they're both going to take their cars down there and race the final moto of the day. All of them getting a lot of seat time. Like we had mentioned before. as we watch Maggie Flores, one of the most active drivers. We're just going to say one of the most active drivers in the country because she's putting in so many laps in her side-by-side, making her dad work as much as he possibly can on keeping that thing going and going and going. They must be using some good lubricants, some good tires, all that stuff to keep that vehicle going as much seat time as she's putting in. White flag, final lap for the Youth Outlaw class. There we go. Grayson Poppert still hammering through. We'll have to look how the overall results shake up, but it looks like we might even have our first side-by-side youth outlaw world champion in Grayson Popper. Really? Grayson Popper rounding out these last couple corners. He's going to have 2.5 corners to go. And Maggie Flores bringing it home. Both of them are going to come back and race. Here we go. Here's your first side-by-side youth world champion, Grayson Popper. Great job, Grayson. Great job. It'll be good to see what the overalls are. Hopefully it's unofficial. How about let's say that. See the overalls. Code St. Peter. Unfortunately, they're going to have to work on that car a little bit, get it back going for the next race that they have. Hopefully he's got a backup car for this second race that he's going to be in here. Checkered flag's going to come out very shortly for Maggie Flores. Once again, thank you very much to the guys over at Shock Therapy for supporting all of us and this live feed. If you guys need any suspension stuff, any hard parts, steering racks, tie rods, sway bar links, tons and tons of cool stuff, go to shocktherapist.com and check out all the good stuff that they have. Please tell them that you were at the Texas Outlaw Series, you heard the live feed, you heard us talking about it, and they can help you out with anything that you guys need. There we go. Big claps. Congratulations, Maggie Flores, for coming home with the second place in the moto. We're not even sure what your overall will be in the side-by-side Youth World Championships, but good job, Maggie. Great, great, great driving. We have one final moto left for you guys. And that is going to be the Texas Outlaw Series Round 5 Side-by-Side Youth World Championships, Stock 170, Youth 250 5-8, and Youth 250 9-12 Limited Stock. Final race of the weekend. And we have somebody that's going to be able to help us commentate that just walked into the production booth that just got out of some of these classes, actually. We have none other than Chase Mankin. What's up, dude? How are you?
Hey, guys. Nice to meet you, George.
Yeah. So you did fantastic this weekend, right?
Yeah.
Hey, will you turn on Chase's mic real quick? So we have Chase Mankin in the booth. What's up, dude?
Yeah, doing pretty good. Just finished the expert class pretty recently and then the youth class. First time out here. It's a lot of fun. Came second over the weekend in the expert and first overall in the youth.
So let me ask you a question before we kind of start talking about your race and the overall thoughts on the weekend. Do you remember driving in some of these youth classes? Because it wasn't very long ago that you were in some of these small race cars.
Oh yeah, last year I was in the 250s, which are out on the track right now. And then the 170s are ready to go.
Yep.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun. It's nice to be in the bigger cars, though. But, yeah, these 170s, they're always a great battle and always a good time.
Well, just think, like Code St. Peter, Grayson Popper, like all these guys are going to be battling with you pretty soon.
Oh, yeah, they're going to be stepping up pretty soon, I'm assuming.
It's kind of crazy to think, right?
Oh, yeah.
But so right now we have the side-by-side Youth World Championships. This is going to be the final race of the weekend. And we have the stock 170s and the Youth 250 5 to 8. And 9 to 12 limited stock. Did you race in any of those classes?
Over on the West Coast, yes. But this is my first time actually being in the over here in Texas, and we're heading out to Oklahoma.
So let's talk about that a little bit while we get everybody staged here. How much different and great shot of the Maxxis guys leaving the track there. Thank you very much for all their support and how much they helped. They gave us a lot of information why you were out there racing on the different tire setups and stuff. So,
oh, yeah.
We even talked about how much roost you were throwing.
Yeah. I was running the Bighorn 2.0s, which I felt like we're hooking up great here, but towards the end of the races, the Saroses were coming in a little better.
Yeah, totally, right? So that's a different choices. That's cool that you know that much about tire setup and stuff. A lot different to race out here in Texas than on the West Coast?
In the West Coast, yeah, it's more rocky, it's more single track. Not any of the series I do. This is more, I would call this more of a short course race. So the series that I do, the 2.0s are really good out there because it's really rocky. So those things work really good. And here we got the 170 race whole shot coming out.
Yeah, dude, check it out. So some of these drivers just got off the track. I think this might be, let me see, maybe 250, 9 to 12 limited stock?
Yeah, that's Jackson Mandel out in front with Cash Martinez in second. And
dude, you know all these guys.
Yeah, I'm good friends with Jack.
And these guys pretty fast, too?
Yeah, that I know of. Jack's over on the West Coast with me. Also, Cash Martinez, he does AZOP, and Jack does Works. So, yeah, they're both really fast drivers out here.
Right on. Yeah, it's super cool to see everybody. And now it sounds like we have the Youth 250 5 to 8 limited stock that just took off as well. We're going to have quite a few drivers out there, including one of our fan favorites, Maggie Flores, just got off the track. Man, she's putting in some serious laps here. When you had a 170, would you just go out in as many races as you could and just keep going and going and going?
Oh, yeah. I think seat time is the best practice possible. If it's just being in the car, getting used to it, understanding how the car works.
Yep.
And that's what these guys out there are starting right now. They're starting that process.
Exactly. Just seat time, seat time, seat time. Let's see here. I don't know who's out front, but it looks like maybe Coach St. Peter.
It's Jack's brother, his younger brother.
Jameson?
Yeah, Jameson.
And maybe Coach St. Peter in second?
Yep.
And then one of the Popperts right there with the American flag on the top of the car.
That is Grayson, I would like to say.
Yeah, Grayson Poppert. You're right, man. You're hired. Tucker Burrs is out there in fourth place as well. And I think the final race that we're going to have start off here is the Stock 170 class with Harper Hess, Heston Hess, Dirk Schultz, and Paxton Shamlin. So we'll get those guys out on course as well. Let's talk about the track, though. A lot of people were trying to figure out car setups. I mean, even these guys, they're still using these laps at the end of the race. Man, look at how they're battling.
Yeah, that's a good battle right there with Code and Jameson.
Looks like Who is that, Code Jameson? Is that what you said?
Yeah, Code just got around him.
Yeah, look at that. They're like neck and neck, though.
Yeah, that's going to be a good battle through the race.
You think they'll battle the whole race?
I think so, yeah.
It'll be pretty good to see, right?
Be interesting.
So Code St. Peter and Jameson Mandel in the Youth 250 5 to 8 limited stock class. This is for all the marbles, though, because this is the side-by-side Youth World Championship. Final moto of the weekend. Final moto for these guys to be able to decide who's going to take home the trophy.
It's also a different tire setup I think these guys are running. I don't know what Code's running.
One of them running smoothies and the other one running knobbies?
Yeah, it looks like
Looks like Code's running knobbies and
and
smooth tires
Jameson is
for
running-
Jameson, huh?
Yeah. Which you saw Code got a little squirrely in
What
that
would
last
be your
corner.
choice if you were in one of these youth classes?
I've never actually raced 170 with slicks or on.
You always use knobby
I've
tires on your
always
170?
used knobbies on 170s.
Yeah.
Jameson coming up the inside right there.
Yeah, man, he looks like he's got a little bit of a run on him too.
Yeah, he's definitely pulling in those straights. It's gonna be interesting.
So maybe those smooth tires are giving him a little bit more rolling speed coming down those long straightaways, right? Because it looks like he might lose just a little bit coming through the corners.
Yeah, he's gonna lose a little bit through these corners with all the sandiness, where he's gonna gain them on the straights.
All right, so let's talk a little bit with about the running order here. Dirk Schultz looks like he's out front in the stock 170 class. Let's see here. Jackson Mandel out front in the 9 to 12 Youth 250 limited stock class with Cash Martinez in second, Lane Schultz in third, and Code St. Peter is leading the way for the Youth 250 5 to 8 limited stock class. Jameson Mandel, Tucker Berza moved up to third, Maggie Flores fourth, Grayson Popper at fifth, Parker Luden in sixth, and Damian Nava rounding out the top seven. It's so cool to see that all of these guys are still out there after such a long weekend with the heat, track conditions, all that stuff.
Oh yeah, the heat's been from.
How was it in the car? Like, what are these guys feeling right now?
I don't know what these guys. I have Parker pumpers in my car, where these guys I don't think they do. They do. So it's
and
what's
a Parker
difference.
pumper? Like a little vent that puts air into your helmet?
Yeah, it's just an airflow system that helps you stay cool in your helmet.
So it's kind of like air conditioning for your head, huh? But your body still doesn't have a vent, right? Like your body is still hot?
Oh yeah, the adrenaline kicks over, so you can't really feel it. But yeah, after the race, you'll be drenched.
It's just cool to see that these kids are enduring so much. Like,
yeah,
they have to learn a new track, like all of the stuff that you had to learn as well, and they're doing it at such a young age. I mean, you're how do I put this? You're a mature driver now, but you're still so young. You can probably remember what these guys are going through at such a young age. Because Code is what, 8 years old or something like that?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, Code is 9 years old.
9. Okay.
So man, it's just crazy to see that he's such a good driver at 9 years old.
Oh yeah. I started racing when I was 8, so that first year or two was definitely the experience gaining part for me.
So what do you think these guys are feeling like when they're out there on the course? Are they being super or uber competitive about it? Are they kind of just like getting their bearings, like trying to learn stuff? What's the main thing that you think they're out there doing?
Well, it's a lot of different driving styles. Some kids are more on the aggressive side, where some are more on the cautious side. When I was in 170s, I was definitely more on the cautious side, being a more decision-making driver. And it both work really well. It's just and some have flaws, others have flaws.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point to bring up too. As we see some of the other drivers, number 21 cruising around here, Damian Nava, he's got a little bit more of a cautious driving style than like a Code St. Peter, right? Definitely in different cars. Different ages, so who knows what they will grow into. Oh, and it looks like we have a car that was had a mechanical issue. Oh, it looks like we got a battle coming up with these three drivers right here. You said you know these guys right here?
I know Jackson Mandel, yes.
Okay.
I know him really well.
I like the way that car looks with the white and blue.
Yeah.
So what did you think of the overall experience this weekend? You obviously drove very, very well.
Oh yeah, I love the track. The track was awesome. It was not too wet for me. I'm more used to the mud, where most of the people out here are used to blue groove stuff. So I think I definitely had a little advantage on these guys with the mud. But yeah, awesome experience out here. I loved it.
What do you think about that experience with Dad sitting in the car with the driver?
I've never
Do you ever
done
have
that,
your dad
but
sit
I've
in
seen,
passenger seat?
No, I've seen some people out on the West Coast do it, but yeah.
Kind of crazy,
that's
right?
just having a good time right there.
Dude, that's having an awesome time. I don't know how I would feel if I was Dad, but shoot, the kids are probably having so much fun.
Oh yeah.
That's Dirk Schultz, I think. So it's awesome to see. If you were out there racing with these kids, what kind, or not out there racing with these kids, if you were out there helping these kids, what's the one tip or advice that you would give as we receive the white flag?
As the white flag comes, I would say that's kind of, at least to me, it's kind of the all or nothing stage. It's
So if you're in second, you just go balls to the wall. If
you're in second, yeah. In my expert race, that's exactly what happened to me. I was leading with
as we have a driver tip over.
Oh, who tipped over?
Looked like a red and white car.
Red and white. Okay. Yeah.
So as you say, go all out on this final lap. It looks like a couple of our guys were doing that.
There's gonna have some consequences, but yeah, it's like that. What you just saw, that rollover. It's gonna be sometimes that's gonna happen. I've actually tipped over twice this weekend already.
Since you've been here?
Yeah.
Twice? I saw you tip over once, not twice, but...
We tried the slicks in my stock car, and I wasn't used to it, and just had a really slow rollover, and then in my mod car.
Yeah, I saw that one. I was like, oh, it's not going to roll over, and then boom, it just fell over.
Yeah, and then my mod car, there was just a rut I caught.
And so what did you think about the overall experience, about the track and the atmosphere, all the racers?
Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome out here. Yeah. The track, it's really good. It just develops the potholes over time, which
totally
make it a lot harder.
We were talking about it a little bit, though. Like, for me, I've always been a racer that the rougher the better. Like, the more adversity that you have to face, the true colors come out. You have to drive better. You have to choose lines better. You really have to show your driving talent and not just have a fast car, right? Do you agree?
Exactly, yeah. And my car, it's not set up as good for this as other people's cars. So it likes that rougher stuff just because it's more of a desert setup car. It's not really set up for short course right now.
Got
it's
it.
Lowered and stuff.
Did it take you guys a while to get everything ironed out?
It didn't take too long. But
I was gonna say because it seemed like pretty quick.
Yeah, it's just a slight adjustment. You have to take it a little slower in the corners than others do, just because you're higher up. And there goes the checkered flag.
Yeah, there it is, man. So congratulations to all of our drivers. It looks like we had in the let's see here, Jackson Mandel come home first, Cash Martinez second, Lane Schultz third, and also another winner, side-by-side youth world champion, Code St. Peter. Jameson Mandel comes home second. Tucker Burrs, a fantastic drive in third place. Grayson Popper coming home fourth. Maggie Flores, fan favorite, coming home fifth. Man, these kids are battling all the way to the end.
All the way to the end.
Damian Nava, sixth, and Parker Luden, seventh. Dirk Schultz is going to be your winner in the stock 170 class with Dad in the car. How cool is that?
That's awesome right there.
Should we give Dad a side-by-side Youth World Championship trophy too?
Maybe.
I don't know, dude. I think Dirk deserves it because he was manning the wheel.
Yeah.
Man, I'm glad that you had a good time coming out here. I think this new facility for the 2022 Texas Outlaw side-by-side series presented by Can-Am and RedBull has been a really, really huge success. I'm glad that you liked it too.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of fun out here.
And cool to see that you saw all your friends out here too, huh?
Yeah, we had a bunch of people from the West Coast coming out. Good to hang out with them out here with the heat and humidity, but...
It's cool, though. You still enjoyed racing. We're going to wind down the show here. Throw a shout-out as fast as you can to the people that help you.
Polaris Razor, 4 Parts, Chupacabra Off-Road, Maxxis Tires, KMC Wheels, Baja Designs, and everybody else.
Benchmark. We talked about Chris and Kendall coming up on you. Benchmark power.
Oh yeah,
right?
Kendall was right there till the last lap when
I know,
he
poor
had
guy.
a mechanical.
And then throw out your social media tag.
Chase Chase_Mankin.
All right, M-A-N
On Instagram
K-I-N
and
on Instagram.
Facebook.
Yep. So awesome job this weekend, dude.
Yeah,
really
thank
proud of
you.
you. You did good. So drive safe when you're going to the next race, and then obviously back to California. So we'll see you there, dude.
All right.
We're gonna wind down the races with. We're going to go crown some champions in this youth side-by-side class. Thank you very much to all of our partners. Thank you to Shock Therapy for bringing us this live feed and letting us be a part, or excuse me, thank you to Shock Therapy for being a part of this live feed and giving us the opportunity to bring this coverage to you guys. Thank you to everybody at the Outlaw Productions, TV, crew, staff, all of them for everything that they do. The drone guys, production staff, Josh, John, Scott, Damien, our temporary employee, BMX professional. Thank you to Can-Am for being part of the series. Thank you to Maxxis Tires. Thanks to the Linden Moods for helping us get this track all dialed in and built. Thank you to the guys over at S3 Power Sports. We appreciate everybody at Ultimax Belts for coming on. Mel did a great job educating us on some belts and stuff here. Thank you to the guys at Crown Construction, Max Performance, UTV Race Shop, Hess Motorsports, PCI Race Radios, Louisiana Direct Auto, Graphics guys for doing all of the graphics for the for the series, Progressive Power Sports, Demon Power Sports, The Bearded Stitch, E2R, Liqui Moly. Thanks, Jason, for cruising around and helping everybody. Let's see, Renegade Race Fuels, PPEI, MRT, G3, Dinger Excavating, and Texiera Tech. We really appreciate all you guys tuning in. Everybody did such a fantastic job at the first annual side-by-side Youth World Championships out here at Oak Hill Raceway, just outside of Decatur, Texas, for the 2022 Can-Am Texas Outlaw Series. Round 5 is now complete. We hope that you guys enjoyed it. We will see you guys at round 6.
Some of these corners on this track really lend itself to inside outline. It's going to be great passing. You see Colin Crawford come through, really setting up his vehicle awesome. Be able to move through a lot of these corners. Great race.